But I had to go.
I don't know if she's shut down right now. I'm sure she's probably.
And there was like, I don't know, how many was it?
She's on an idea.
This is true.
Videos to be played, but she did 3 days straight.
So I think I didn't-
Over she did.
it's-
Okay. The whole thing. It is talking about
So,
so
it was like, it was well, when I did, because everyone else was working on it, that's great. Just like,
It's like a classic thing where, you know, don't put any watermarks or other people's watermarks. Not just that, it's also like that, it's like a little YouTuber, that's when she introduced one clips and she transformed the air water.
he's close. I'm not
I'm just being nice guy. The other gentleman that says here,
She is wonderful. She's one of my really good friends.
Valerie, absolutely. There you go. Working full seconds. I'm a double agent here. What it is, double agent. Someone's got to be on the payroll. One side has to start showing up as cash. There you go. Just you just hand it out. Cash or cash. It's not even. Do you reckon the cereal would be? The cash gave your quarters. Like, you get Dan, or let's just say hypothetically.
I've never seen anyone
Probably shouldn't be.
Well,
So,
my argument would be.
I have to try and get some.
I thought.
Thanks, Vicki, for the
Because they
great
make
coffee.
a full-time position, which they won't do because they're working even their own, it's okay, but if they did open up a full-time position, I would ask for the interview just for the sake of my health. Sanity and there's.
You're leaving all kind of.
I know, bored. Sorry. That's all I'm allowed to say.
You call me Tommy, that means a lot.
This is smart.
The double 66. No. So welcome. No, little thought.
No, we're not. Some of these guys probably have that. We used to have some that were just.
What's that gonna be, 266?
So you have to give me the scissors to cut.
Sure. No, I'm gonna make it tear it open with your teeth.
All rise, please. The 13th Circuit Court for the County of Antrim is now in session. The Honorable Charles Handgun presiding.
Thank you, Ms. Let's get back on the record in file 5165-FH, day 2. Mr. Wilson, let me start with you. Anything that we need to talk about before bringing the jury back?
No, sir.
Mr. Nuzzi?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ryder?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Moore? Nothing, Your Honor. Okay. All rise for the jury. All right, everyone, will be seated. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice evening. If anyone had anything you need to report. Okay, and I apologize, I forgot to give you the instruction last night, though I know obviously we've been doing this for a couple of days. And so I'll give it to you now in case I forget this evening. Just make sure, a reminder to leave all of the paperwork that you have on the table, with the paper upside down, and not on it, that just has to remain here. Thank you. And with that, you'll recall that we're still in the prosecution's case in chief. Mr. Olson?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Empel?
Before you take a seat, you swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think we left off yesterday. We were talking a little bit about the daytime surveillance, and I'd like to move in a little bit different direction now. You have proposed exhibit number 266 there in front of you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury what that is?
This is the physical exhibit for the RF detector found in Eric Molitor's car,
On what date?
October 7th, 2020.
And was there a search warrant that allowed for that search?
Yes,
Okay, and it seems to be in some type of plastic bag. Is that correct?
yes.
Why is that?
It's an evidence bag.
Okay, so that is the actual RF detector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Move for admission of 266, please.
Mr. Murphy. Mr. Sutton.
Judge, there's no comment.
Mr. Barnett.
Yeah, I think he said it was by search warrant, my understanding was by consent.
Okay, well, I think that discussion has been had before. I think the search warrant was obtained, if I understood the testimony correctly, and then there may also present consent given. The jury served that, so I think that that's sufficient. Any objection to the measure? I think 266 will be.
Thank you. Can you open that up and take that out of the bag, please?
Sure. I have it here.
Okay, and just describe for the record basically what you're holding in your left hand.
So this is the RF detector that we found in Eric Molitor's house. This is the wand for detecting radio frequencies.
And did that change your approach investigatively at all?
Yes, absolutely.
It's not a big question.
Yes, absolutely.
Tell us how.
We had to purchase radios, handheld radios, and give them to the undercovers and informant at the training, because we were worried that without the ability to have transmitting devices on them, we wouldn't have any way to know if they were in trouble or not. So I went to Home Depot and I purchased 4 radios and gave them to Undercover Red, Undercover Mark, CHS Dan, and then I kept one for myself so that we'd always have a way to communicate because of the operational security at the Luther FTX.
Okay. Let's move to the Luther FTX if we could now, and I'll take that back. Thank you. Remind us the dates of the Luther FTX.
The training was for the 11th through the 13th, so 12th some people got up there on the 11th, but the training was on the 12th and the 13th, so Saturday and Sunday. And
Remind us again who owned the property.
That was Ty Garbin's hunting property.
Okay, and I'm going to show you, I'd ask that you turn to proposed exhibit 163 in your exhibit book there.
I have it here.
Okay, can you describe what that is for us, please?
This is a photograph of the shooting range being built in Luther on Ty Garbin's hunting property.
Okay, how did you come into possession of that?
It was sent by Ty Garbin to the Wolverine Watchman on wire, which we were live monitoring via access through Dan's wire account.
And when did Mr. Garbin send that?
That was on August 28th, 2020.
And generally describe what the photo shows us.
The photo showed us sand and plywood that were used to construct the shooting range in the weeks and months prior to the FTX.
Okay, move for admission of 163, please.
In terms of now, fairness and accuracy of the
Sure. Is that, does the photograph accurately reflect what Mr. Garvin posted?
Yes, it does.
Renew my motion, please.
As to the scene,
As to the scene on the Luther property.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Mr. Miller? Mr. Seiler?
We'd stand on our written objections.
Mr. Barnett?
No objections, no questions.
Okay, 163 will be admitted.
Thank you. Describe for us what we're seeing here, Agent Impla.
So this is the sand here that was put there in the shooting range. These are shooting stands, so you can put targets on them. And then these are plywood and like lumber, old lumber, stacked up with sand behind it for like a backstop, makeshift backstop at the shooting range.
Okay. Can you propose Exhibit 164 in your book, please?
I have it here.
And can you describe what that is?
Sure. This is a panoramic photograph posted on Wire by Dan Harris, aka Beaker, a member of the Wolverine Watchmen, from August 8th, 2020.
And the photograph, what does it depict?
It's zoomed out a little bit from the past photograph that we just looked at from Ty Garvin, and it shows tires that were brought up on a trailer by the Wolverine Watchmen as they were prepping the shooting range.
And remind us, Ty Garvin, was he a member of the Wolverine Watchmen?
Ty Garvin was, and Dan Harris was, who posted this.
Okay. And when did Dan Harris post this?
August 8th.
Okay. And accurately depict the scene there?
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of 164, please.
Mr. Miller? Mr. Seiler?
We'd stand on the written objections.
Mr. Barnett? No objection. 164 will be admitted.
Okay. Again, describe for us what we're seeing here. And
So this picture is actually taken 20 days earlier as they were still building it up from the last picture, and it's zoomed out. So this is the makeshift plywood backstop here. This is some more sand that was brought in. And then these are tires that were acquired from down near Detroit and hauled up on a trailer.
what's the purpose of the tires?
To stop any ricochets and to be kind of a general, keep people out of the shooting range.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Can you, 165, proposed exhibit 165, can you tell us what that is?
Sure. That is a video sent on Facebook Messenger from August 1st, 2020. It's a video taken by Caleb Franks while he's up preparing the Luther property. He's got a tractor and he's taking a picture of Ty Garvin on a tractor as Ty Garvin's moving some dirt around.
How did you come into possession of that?
Caleb Franks sent it on Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And so that was, it came from a Facebook account?
That's correct.
And did you have a search warrant for that?
I did, but I obtained this through consent from CHS Dan's account.
Tell us a little bit more about that, please.
Sure. So just like Wire, I was able to log in through CHS Dan's account on Facebook and monitor communications. And then when CHS Dan received evidence, he would tell me about it or provide it to me. And that's what this is.
Okay. Let me just stop there for a minute. When you're looking on Wire or Signal or Threema or Facebook through Dan's account, do you ever add any content?
No.
Okay, why not?
Well, that'd be dangerous. So Dan is talking to these people live. So anytime he's interacting live, if I say something and he's surprised and he didn't actually say it, that would put him in danger. So that's not part of the undercover operation.
Going back to proposed exhibit 165, does the video accurately depict the scene?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to move for admission of 165, please.
Mr. Miller? Mr. Seiler?
We'd stand on our written objections.
Mr. Barnett?
Don't check, I just know the evidence book we received, skip 165, usually there's a one sheet in there. Video. And so 164, 166, no, 165 will be.
Okay, who's the driver of the tractor again?
That's Ty Garbin, Gunny.
And remind us, please, when this was posted by Mr. Franks.
So that was August 1st,
Okay.
2020.
And the date of the Luther, the FTX that was held on that property again was,
That was September 11th through the 13th.
okay. All right, moving along to proposed exhibit number 166, please. Can you look at that in your book?
Oh, yes, I have it here.
And generally describe what that is.
This is a wire post by Ty Garbin from August 27th, and this is the itinerary or the schedule of the weekend training.
Okay, and how was it obtained?
This is obtained via logging into Dan's wire account and then capturing that when Ty Garbin sent out the training itinerary.
Okay, accurately depict the post by Mr. Garbin.
Yes, sir.
Move for admission of 166, please.
Mr. Secretary.
Should stand on the written objections.
Mr. Barnett,
No objection.
166 for reading.
What do we see here, Agent Impla?
So this is a photograph of a computer. So on this one, it was actually zoomed out a little bit and it was smaller. And I cropped out and zoomed in so we could read it and then added the black box.
Okay, can you work us through from the top of the document, please?
Sure. So Ty Garbin posted the training schedule from 1200 to 1400 was the meet and greet. From 1400 to 1600 was the 3 station classes with medical, dry fire, shoot house, dry fire, weapon manipulation. 16 to 1630, food and water break. 1630 to 1800, go live. 1800 to 1900, go over movement and tracking in different environments. 1900 to 2000, dinner. And then we've got from 2000 to 2100, so 8 to 9 o'clock, small game of adult hide and seek. Day 2, wake and meet time roughly 9:30. 9:30 to 10:30 food, 10:30 to 12:30 more dry fire, 12:30 to 13:30 go live, 13:30 to 16:30 eat, open discussions, pack up and head out.
Going back to the third line at the top there, what is a dry fire shoot house?
Oh, right here. So the shoot house is what was alternatively described the kill house. So in this case, it was tarps that were stationed, and it's a mock residence that you can practice going through hallways, entering rooms.
Okay, and dry fire, what does that mean?
That means you don't have ammunition in your gun. You go through with your weapon without having any ammo in it.
Okay, and dry fire weapon manipulation, what does that mean?
So that's general weapon manipulation, such as tactical reloading or transitioning from your primary rifle to a secondary handgun, or movement under fire, moving, shooting.
Okay, can you turn to proposed exhibit 167 in your book, please?
Yes, I have it here.
Can you tell us what that is?
So this is a wire conversation. This is a 2-pager here. It's between Adam Fox and Eric Molitor.
And how was it obtained?
This was obtained via search warrant and a review of Adam Fox's phone.
Generally describe the nature of the communication.
These are messages from Adam Fox telling Eric Molitor there's 3 successive messages to make sure he brings his RF detector
To what?
to the Luther FTX.
Okay. Move for admission of 167, please.
No comment, Mr. Sutton.
Good, we can stand on the written objection, so.
And Mr. Barnett.
Your Honor, as to how it's categorized, it says it has to bring it to the FDX, it has to bring it to Walmart at 10 to 10:30 in the morning. Putting it here a little later, as on the track, I just want the records to reflect it's not a request to take the plea.
Well, 167 will be admitted, obviously the text of the staff will speak for themselves and
Okay, Agent Empla, from top to bottom, if you can work us through this exhibit, please.
Sure. So the first statement here from Alpha Fox, that's Adam Fox, is awesome. Give me till Monday, I'll get everyone added to the chat. Then the date here is Monday, September 7th. Adam Fox states, bring your security toy to FTX, please. We need to use it. Meeting at Walmart, I'm Cadillac, 10 to 10:30 a.m. Saturday morning. We'll carpool in with trucks. Barricade, that's Eric Molitor's handle, stated, will do, Saturday, 10 to 10:30, copy that. Then on Wednesday, September 9th, 2020, Adam Fox stated, what up, bro? Hey, make sure you bring that scanning device, bro. Then on Thursday, September 10th, Eric Molitor stated, hey man, I got ya. This is a continuation now, second page of the exhibit. On Friday, September 11th, 2020, Adam Fox stated, what's up? We on our way, RN. Gonna need that device you have tomorrow morning in the Walmart parking lot. Eric Molitor stated, see you there. Adam Fox stated, okay. Gonna be around noon now, bro. Few running late. Eric Molitor stated, thank you. Copy that.
Was, do you have any audio of any meeting at the Walmart on that Saturday?
Yes,
Okay, and tell us about that.
sure. CHS Dan was at the Walmart with Adam Fox, and he arrived. Eric Molitor was waiting at the Walmart, and Eric Molitor provided his RF detector and showed Adam Fox how it worked, turned it on, and told him that he tested the camera capabilities on his phone, and it worked with the lens on the phone. Then he also stated that it would detect any radio frequencies going in and out as he was demonstrating the device.
Okay. Turn to page, or proposed exhibit 168 in your book, please.
Your Honor, is there going to be an audio tape of that? My client never made it to Walmart that morning. They are off again today.
All in due time, Judge.
Does that mean that there will be an audio recording at some point?
I anticipate that, yes, Judge.
I couldn't hear what he said.
He said yes, and anticipates that.
Okay. You can see that as one of the exhibits.
Mr. Lawson, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Are you at 168?
I am.
Okay, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury what that is?
This is a 3-pager. This is Facebook records And this is group chat.
Describe the group generally, please.
This is a group put together by Adam Fox of Michigan Militia leaders. It's a separate group than the Leaders Coalition chat that we just went over previously, and it doesn't have a name.
Okay. How is it obtained?
Via Facebook search warrant for Adam Fox.
Okay. And generally describe the nature of the chat on the 3 pages, please.
Sure. So this chat includes Eric Molitor, Bill Null, Adam Fox, Joe Morrison, Pete Musico, Michael McDonald, Barry Croft, and it is an invite by Adam Fox to the Luther FTX, and then there's some discussion about what will be happening at the Luther FTX.
Okay. Move for admission of proposed exhibit 168, please.
Mr. Murphy? Mr. Sacker?
Stand on the written objections, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Barnett? No objection. 168 will be.
Thank you. Agent Empla, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So these are the participants of the group chat, including Eric Molitor. This is Adam Fox. George Bunyan is Joe Morrison. Pete Musico. Sean Michael is Sean Fix. Ragnar Bill Null is Bill Null. And then this is Barry Croft.
Okay. Why don't you work us through the exhibit, please?
Reading all of it or just the box?
Let's start with just the box, please.
Okay. So this is September 8th, 2020.
We'd object, we'd ask that we be,
Okay, we'll read the whole thing. Okay.
Mr. Sacker, you're requesting that the entire exhibit be reviewed?
we are.
Okay, Mr. Ross.
Please, Agent Empla, from the beginning.
All right. The first statement here, this person is a past participant, meaning they're removed from the chat. The first statement from Adam Fox says, okay, who's all coming to FTX? Then Adam Fox stated, and this is September 8th, 2020, also deer season started early, so live fire will be on Sunday. Dan Jones asked, what time Sunday? Adam Fox asked, and who am I missing in this chat?
Moving to page 2, please.
Eric Molitor stated, sounds good. Pete Musico stated, at Barry Croft, some of those edits for this commercial are freaking awesome.
Judge, I believe that we have to object as these are out of order, according to the exhibit that we have.
Is the court's exhibit book flowing with the exhibit?
So this is not the entirety of the chat. Each page on these chats are different. They're excerpts and screen captures of the individual chat.
Judge, when we look at the exhibit that I have, it has a lot of meat between.
I'll allow Mr. Seibert to continue.
Mr. Sacker, I'm sorry.
Yes, Judge, there's at least 3 or 4 lines from Adam Fox that are missing, that have not been read in the record.
Okay, beginning at the end of page 1, beginning of page 2.
Beginning of page, it's a one-of-one document. It's on page 1212. And we went from, okay, who's all coming, to also it's deer season. And then we skipped 3 or 4 lines from Adam Fox and Dan Jones. Unless I missed it, I was trying to follow along with him.
Sure. Mr. Ross, let me go to you in terms of the pieces that are put in the exhibit.
Sure. I have a 3-page exhibit. Does the court's exhibit flow with that?
Yes.
Okay. I think the witness just testified that, we're not going to put in hundreds of pages of chat, obviously. We're trying to be efficient that way. I'm not sure what Mr. Cyber's looking at. It looks similar to what we have, but it's not the exhibit that we tendered on August the 7th.
Well, as we've done previously, the exhibit speaks for itself. It's been identified as to how it was created by the agent and prepared for this. If any party has a request under 116, they can certainly.
Judge, the exhibits aren't come in. We're just asking to read it complete, not just portions. Read the whole thing.
Well, he was reviewing the entire exhibit, but the party wishes under 106 to a different one. Under the previous statement, so you do that one.
Judge, if you'd like, you can use my exhibit and what they gave me.
Well, are you looking at an exhibit or are you looking at?
I'm looking at the exhibit that they gave me. That matches this number.
Sidebar and everybody are going to copy. The objection has been noted for the record, and will be overruled. Mr. Flores, the comment.
Thank you, Judge. Why don't I think you're at the top of the second page there. Is that right, Agent Impola?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you start from the top for us? Actually, why don't you go back? Can you take it back to the first page, Adam, so we can kind of get the context again? Okay. And just leave it there for a second. You don't have to do anything. Okay, why don't we move to the second page now, please? And from the top of the second page, can you work us through the exhibit, please?
Sure. Eric Molitor from September 8th, 2020 stated, "Sounds good." Pete Musico replied, "@Barry Croft. Some of those edits for this commercial are freaking awesome." Pete Musico replied, "And I'm still waiting on that old man Brian Ross that made one video. I'm still waiting on him, Alan, blowing at TV stations, blowing up all day, trying to get in touch with him." Ragnar Bill Null stated, "I've got at least 4 of us showing. What gear should I tell them? As far as, are we bunching on the ground?" Adam Fox stated, "Full kit, utilize the weekend, bring everything else plus the kitchen sink." Adam Fox stated, "It's going to rain Saturday, so pack accordingly." Adam Fox stated, "Bring extra socks and clothes."
And moving to the third page, please. Tell us what's on there.
This is later on in the chat. Pete Musico stated on September 8th, 2020, "Might I say that winter is upon us, and that is when the system is going to attack us. So let's prep for the winter painting and play winter games." Ragnar Bill Null stated he gave a thumbs up emoji.
Did Mr. Null's thumbs up emoji follow immediately Mr. Musico's statement, or is there some intervening chat in between?
No, this is he replied to that.
Okay. Are you familiar with that reference to winter?
Yes,
Can you tell us about that, please?
it's code for the Boogaloo. So one of the code words for Boogaloo is big igloo. So when you reference winter coming or winter, that's a reference to the Civil War.
Okay. Can you turn to page one, proposed exhibit 169, please, in your exhibit book?
I have it here.
Can you tell us what that is?
These are driver's license photographs of participants who I could identify who attended the Luther FTX in Michigan.
Okay. How did you identify them?
Through listening to audio recordings live, through going back and listening to then the taped conversations, through some of the physical surveillance that I had done, through interviews that were conducted with participants following the FTX, through search warrants of some of the participants' homes, and then search warrants of their cell phones. So this is a compilation of the investigative efforts by the team throughout the investigation.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect the individuals you were aware of that participated in the Luther FTX on September 11th through the 13th? Or 12th and 13th, I'm sorry.
So it has 30 individuals who I was able to identify. I believe there's 35 there total, and I wasn't able to identify all the participants.
Okay. I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 169, please.
Mr. Nunzio?
Oh, no comment.
Mr. Simon?
Judge, we'd stand on the written objections, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
I don't object, I may ask you, but was identified Stephen Robinson.
Okay, well, you can answer that question on cross advisory. There's been no objections to it. Mr. Barnett, 169.
Thank you. Why don't you work us through this exhibit, if you will, and what I'd like you to tell the jury is whether or not the person's part of the Wolverine Watchmen or Adam Fox's group, or, you know, kind of the group identification, if you will.
Sure. So starting at the top left, this is Barry Croft. So he's the leader of the 2nd Continental Army. Then we've got Adam Fox. So he's the leader of the Michigan Regiment. And we've got Steve Robeson here. He's the former FBI source who acted as a double agent. He's from Wisconsin. And we've got Caleb Franks. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Then we've got Eric Molitor, who's a member of Adam's team for the Michigan Regiment. Then we've got Ty Garvin. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. We've got Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins is a member of the Wisconsin Patriot 3%ers. We've got Bill Null and Mike Null. They're members of Adam's team, but they're also members of the Michigan Liberty Militia. Then I've depicted Undercover Mark, CHS Dan, and Undercover Red, since they were at the training. Then we've got Devin Phelps here. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. We've got Jenny Plunk. She's an FBI source who is a member of a militia in Tennessee. We've got Max Wyckoff. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Dan Harris is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Brian Puffenberg, B. Puff, is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Jared Bouchesney or Bouchain, I'm not quite sure how to say that. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Casey Mahan, who is a member of the Motor City 3%ers, I believe was the name of the group, but then he later joined into the Wolverine Watchmen. Alex Davison is Ty Garvin's roommate. He's a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Solomon Clark is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Tim Sayer is a member of a 3%er group down in Indiana. Chastity Knight is Barry Croft's fiance or wife, I'm not quite sure. Billy Null Jr. is a member of the Michigan Liberty Militia. Gary Landgraf is a member of the Wisconsin Patriot 3%ers. Mike Rogers is a member of the Wisconsin Patriot 3%ers. Tanya Plummer is a girlfriend of, I believe, Mike Rogers. I don't know if she's a member of the Patriot 3%ers or not. Mike Dykstra is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. Megan Cooley is can't remember whose girlfriend she is. And then Brandon Caserta is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen.
Mr. Croft, remind us what state he hails from.
He hails from Delaware.
Okay. And how many groups then are we talking about coming together for this FTX?
Let's see, got the Delaware crew, Adam Fox's crew, Wolverine Watchmen crew, the Wisconsin crew. So there's 4, well, I call Tim Sayer under Barry Croft since he invited him from Indiana. So I'd say 4 major groups coming together if the Nulls are counted under Adam Fox. If the Nulls are, if we're adding Michigan Liberty Militia, that'd be 5 crews.
Okay. In terms of your count, obviously that includes Mr. Fox, is that correct, in his group?
Yes,
Did it include the Wolverine Watchman group?
yes,
Okay, and did it include Barry Croft?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. Can you open your book, please, to, or turn rather to proposed exhibit number 170?
Yes, I have it here.
What's that?
This is a timeline of the events that occurred during the Luther FTX. So from the 11th to the 13th.
You know, before we get to 170 there, let me ask you a couple of questions. Can you tell us a little bit about how militias are structured?
Sure. So normal militias are structured to protect the family and the community around them. So they're structured to help in times of disaster or when times when resources are scarce and you have to fend for yourself. So it's kind of a do-it-yourself concept if the government can't be counted on.
The investigatively, when we looked at exhibit 169 there, when you see different militias coming from different states, does that mean anything to you?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, it's a big concern because the concept of militias are to be local. They're to help your local neighborhood and your local community.
Speculation says mine is expert. Who would object? Who would concur with this?
Mr. Barnett, concur. Mr. Walton, any comments?
I think based on the agent's training experience, he should be allowed to testify to that.
And of course, I'm not testifying as an expert, he's offering to use based on what I understood to be the 13 years that he's working counterterrorism, is my understanding of the basis for the answer. And so for that limited purpose, that question you may answer.
And I'm not sure where you left off, Mr. Infla.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Is it unusual for militias to train, from different states to gather?
It's definitely unusual because it's not in line with the militia ideology. The typical militia ideology would be to protect your own family and your community around you. And you'd network with those around you who could help with obtaining bullets, reloading, food supplies, transport. You're preparing for if the communication systems are down, if there's no gas, if you need to fend for yourself. So there is generally no reason for militias from multiple states away to coordinate because that's it's an indicator of something else.
Okay. Let's go now to proposed exhibit 170, if we could, please, and tell us what that is.
Yeah, 170 is a timeline of the Luther FTX. So this is from September 11th through September 13th, 2020.
And tell us how you put that together.
So this is a compilation of the recordings, listening live, performing surveillance, debriefing of the undercovers and sources, and then looking at search warrant results from folks' phones, as well as interviews following the arrests.
Okay. Accurately depict the dates and times that are indicated on the exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of proposed exhibit number 170, please.
No comment.
Mr. Second,
If you stand on a written objections, thank you.
Mr. Barnett.
I really object. The wording on this thing reflects what they put in my client had. Walmart earlier now is appearing with PRF, but it's a false device, a false accusation and used it as a word, and finally raised a medic for explosive testing. These are all false. They are just as bad as what happened yesterday, and putting this together and presenting.
Hang on a second, Mr. Barnett. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to just take our morning break a little early, so we'll excuse the jury. All rise for the jury.
Can the witness stand down?
Okay, everyone can be seated. Record can reflect that the jury is out of courtroom. Mr. Barnett, I'm going to go back to you, sorry I didn't mean to interrupt you. That may be something we should discuss outside of the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is another misrepresentation by the state. They have placed an exhibit already that my client met at 10:30 or 10 in the morning at Walmart, which he didn't. But wrong. He was late, he forgot there. He went at 1:30, brought the device, handed it over to Adam. My client didn't use it. That's just another chart for ringing bells again that I don't know that we can fix. And then at the end of the chart, it says he's acting as a medic. He had a belt, so he had stuff in the back with his, which he brings to every FDS. The damages, whatever. And some idiots going to blow up a firework explosive. I think it's been overblown, but he's hiding behind the truck with speed ropes and not in a position to provide medical care. He probably said, hey, if you get hurt, I'll help you, which is Mr. Molitor's nature of helping injured or other things. It's not in on this and put him right into explosives. He's nothing more than present, and he's got his medical stuff. He didn't act as a medic that day. He did not act as a medic. Paul Bellar did. They're just crushing their own case with this stuff. Number one. Number two, the jury's hearing this, they're seeing it in writing. Can they get by that later, this pile of evidence that's not amounting to anything, but it's a pile? I don't know what to do other than to stop this from happening like we did yesterday. I pointed out their mistakes. We have them again today. And it's adding up. It's unfair. It's creating an unfair trial for Mr. Molitor. I don't think this should come in. It should be corrected. They should do actual homework, figure out what happened, review their evidence, present it fairly, accurately, properly, and not confuse the jury this way.
Mr. Null, do you have anything additional to?
I understand the prosecutor's request to admit this, but, you know, it all goes on foundation. If the detective were to testify consistent with on here, then I guess we would have no objection, because then the foundation would be laid and then the exhibit would come in. But, you know, doing it, I'm not suggesting backwards, but doing it in this fashion, I think, concentrates the jury on matters that have not been supported by foundation. Just a dovetail on what Mr. Barnett had said. And so then the document becomes, you know, the paramount, the preeminent testimony without the proper foundation going against. So I guess we would join in that respect.
Okay, and Mr. Seidel?
Thank you.
Judge, I concur with both of them.
Quite frankly, I have a problem with demonstrative evidence coming in where it hasn't been proven, or we don't know that it will be proven, because if it's not proven and they're handed that demonstrative evidence, we've got a mistrial. we have some issues with opening that was given that may amount to a mistrial of the rest of prosecution's proofs. There's major problems, and going back to when I was taught evidence 25 years ago, I was taught if you bring something up in court and it's not produced as an exhibit, it's not produced as evidence, and it's a demonstrative evidence, you're going to lose your case. It's going to be mistrial. And we have at least one, if not two, major issues that will be mistrial at the end of close proofs. Thank you.
That isn't the appropriate time. In terms of proposal exhibit 170, I think the best way going forward, and Mr. Wilson, my apologies, I'm not trying to tell anybody how to do their case, but given that these are summary charts and some of the wording may matter depending on what the testimony is, what I will require is that the parties, and this applies to everybody, if somebody's going to try to make a chart, we will need to go through the underlying incidents that make up the chart prior to the admission of the document. Okay. No problem. Any questions about that?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzi?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sack?
No, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Barnett?
I understand, thank you. I would just point out 191's got the same.
We'll work through all. That's no problem.
That's fine. Everybody knows the exhibits they have. So what we'll do is take a 10-minute break, come back at 10 after, and then we'll proceed in that fashion. Obviously, the conclusion of the testimony and the exhibits seems to be sought to be admitted again. That's perfectly appropriate. The parties who object to that time to get this work.
Thank you.
Hang on 1 second. Oh, okay. This isn't one that concerns the parties, but just so that everyone, we got a note that just said, how do I obtain proof of jury duty from my employer? We'll go to the clerk's office with that, but just so everyone's aware of what the questions are. Okay, thank you. We'll take a break.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine.
Here's the menu for the fastest to make it.
One matter before we bring the jury in.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Sure. Just so the parties are aware, we got the note back that I read indicating approval. What happens is the clerk's office notifies their employer through an email address. So what the clerk is provided a blank piece of paper. The governor needed it to write their email address down, which will then be provided to the clerk, just so it's clear for everyone what happened. I didn't want him to write it on the note itself, because obviously that's going to go.
So can we get one, Judge?
Mr. Lawson, you have an issue to bring up?
Short one, yeah, Judge. You know, the talking objections by Mr. Barnett continue. And I think they should end. I mean, he's allowed to challenge on cross, he's allowed to argue in closing, but he's making his closing argument and he's sometimes cross-examining the witness at inappropriate times. If he has an objection, I'd ask that it be based on, rule of evidence like foundation. And then we can talk about it either at sidebar or outside the presence of the jury. But his statements are going far beyond the pale of what a valid legal objection is.
I don't disagree that some have gone beyond the standard 401 or whatever might be claimed, something along those lines. I think his concern mainly has been that an exhibit or something being shown is incorrect based on testimony that will accompany what is similar to what he identified yesterday. I think that the plan that we have going forward in terms of how what I'll phrase as summary exhibits will be presented, meaning the underlying information will be presented and then the document will be shown, I would think would alleviate a lot of the concern, because while the testimony is coming in, if a party has an objection to it being valid, they can certainly do it at that time, but you are correct that it does need to be based, an objection does need to be based on an evidentiary issue. I will leave it at that. Okay. All rise for the jury. Mr. Wilson will plan for about 12 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Straight through. Good.
Everyone can be seated. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to address the note that was sent out in terms of verification. What we did is send a blank piece of paper back so that the email address could be provided. What will happen is the clerk's office will provide verification to that. Okay. And if you recall, we're still in the prosecution's case in chief. Mr. Ralston, go right ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Turning back to proposed exhibit number 170 rather. Agent Impel, I want to work through the 15 bubbles here with you, if we could.
Sure.
Starting on bubble number 1, can you tell us the foundation for that information and where it comes from?
Sure. And am I allowed to read it or is it a summary?
Summation.
Okay. This is a result of live monitoring of the audio feed as our undercovers arrived with CHS Dan to the Luther FTX hunting property.
Okay. And when the undercovers arrive, I mean, is that an important moment in time?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Well, because at that time they're potentially in danger and we have to be listening carefully.
Okay. Going to bubble number 2, can you tell us what the foundation is for that particular item?
Yes, so this is live monitoring of, now we've got 3 folks there. So CHS Dan, Undercover Red, and Undercover Mark are present on the property.
And I mean, did you hear personally hear this event occur?
Yes.
Okay. Bubble number 3, tell us about that and your basis for belief that that's accurate.
Sure. So during live monitoring of the event, I was able to hear Adam Fox address the crew and Barry Croft. They gathered everybody around and they kind of had a more formal introduction.
Okay. Bubble number 4, tell us about that, please. What's the foundation for that?
So this is following the 3 stations. During the course of training, I was able to hear Adam Fox pull aside members and walk away from the training, walk a ways, a distance, and then have a discussion about what would be occurring later that night.
Okay. And yes, sir.
Okay.
Number 5, what's the foundation for that?
This is Undercover Red and showing explosive videos from his cell phone to members of the group.
And live monitoring then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bubble number 7, tell us about, 6 rather, tell us about that.
So this is a conversation in the car with just Undercover Mark. So live monitoring of that.
Okay. And bubble number 7, please.
This is live monitoring of 3 different devices, which Undercover Mark, Undercover Red, and CHS Dan, when they congregate at a Walmart parking lot and then take off for the nighttime surveillance.
Okay. Bubble number 8, can you tell us what the foundation is for that?
Sure. This is the arrival at the AMVET location in Elk Rapids across from the Easy Mart. And actually, I have VFW here on the list. It's actually the AMVET. I thought it was a VFW, but it's an AMVET post.
Okay. And bubble number 9, tell us about the foundation for that.
Following team assignments at the AMVET, when the 3 cars head north, this is when live monitoring of Undercover Red as he goes under the bridge with Adam Fox.
Okay. Bubble number 10, please.
Number 10, this is live monitoring of the surveillance team. So we had 3 recording devices and transmitters going, and then I was listening on the radio during the recon.
Okay. Bubble number 11 rather.
So this is in reference to the signal car. This is the one that was driving down Timberlake past the governor's residence. And so I was not monitoring that live, but I could hear on the other audio recordings as they're talking on the radio, and I could hear what the other teams are saying. And then later, following the FTX, I received video evidence from the dash cam from Brian Higgins, who was in that car, the signal car.
Bubble number 12, tell us about that, please.
So this is from GPS data, and then also the dash cam video from Brian Higgins. This is the debrief outside the Oasis Tavern following the nighttime recon.
Bubble number 13, can you tell us what the foundation for that is, please?
Yes, so this was live monitoring the shoot house on, Sunday.
Okay. Bubble number 14, tell us about that.
This is live monitoring 2 devices, CHS Dan and Undercover Red during the Circle of Trust on Sunday.
And finally, bubble number 15, what's the foundation for that, please?
So I was live monitoring CHS Dan during the course of the explosive testing, but then I received a recording device from Steve Robeson later in that training, who was standing next to Eric Molitor. So I was able to hear his statements from that device, although I didn't hear them on the live monitoring. I just heard the explosion going off during the live monitoring.
Going to renew my motion for admission of proposed Exhibit 170, please.
Hey, Council Clerk.
So people we left off is Mr. Ralston, for admission of people proposed to 170. The attorney and I had a side discussion subject to that insurance. You have any additional comment?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sack?
Just check, we stand there with objections, then.
Mr. Barnett?
You're objecting 2 and 15 on this chart.
Okay. That is so noted for the record. The agent has testified as to the substance as to how he arrived at each one in a summary fashion, which would be appropriate for summary document to be admitted. Obviously, the evidence will need to establish the legal acts. So, make Note that for the purposes here, 170 will be
Thank you, Judge. May it publish to the jury. Agent Impla, if you can just turn your eyes to the large screen there, that's proposed exhibit number 170, is that correct?
Yes,
I
sir.
rather now exhibit number 170. Is that correct?
Yes,
And those are the items that you just testified to, is that right?
yes.
Okay, if you can turn in your book, please, to propose exhibit number 179. Tell us what that is.
179.
Yes, sir.
Uh, 179 is two Google Maps screen captures that I created with the general route of travel from Luther in Ellsworth Township, the Luther FDX location, up to Birch Lake for the nighttime recon.
Okay, and how did you determine that this was the route taken?
I was following behind the group during the surveillance, so this is the route that I drove.
Okay, in terms of, did you have any GPS data available to you?
I did.
Okay, did you use that at all in making this map?
I did.
Okay, were you live monitoring during the trip?
I was.
Okay, move for admission, please, of proposed exhibit 179.
Consider the objections, thank you.
No objection.
179 will be
And describe for us, Agent Implo, what we're looking at here.
On the left side here, this is a zoomed out version of the route of travel from the Luther FDX location. It's just so everybody can see it in the mitten where it is. And then on the right, this is a zoomed in to the same route of travel, and I've just got the time and distance notated there.
And that time and distance is from which 2 points of travel?
It's from the Luther FDX location up to the target address on Birch Lake.
Okay. I noticed there's a icon down in Big Rapids in Mecosta County. What does that indicate?
That's where Barry Croft and Brian Higgins were staying. There's a Super 8 down there.
Okay. And thank you. Can you turn to proposed exhibit number 180, please?
Yes, I have it here.
Tell us what that is.
This is a more closer zoomed in Google map with the route of travel from there and back. So it includes the to and from the governor's residence. And then it has bullets on the side of the screen with the locations that they stopped at, the vehicle stopped at.
Okay. At the top of the map, does it have, what's the information provided?
It's the names of the individuals who are traveling.
And what's the basis for you listing those individuals as traveling that route?
That's reviewing the live recording of the audio and then following behind during the nighttime surveillance.
Okay. On the right, what do we see?
On the right, you see Brian Higgins' route of travel.
And in the right-hand side there, the 8 bullets, what do those indicate?
Those indicate Brian Higgins' stops during the route of travel.
Okay. And how are you aware of those?
From listening to audio recordings and then from interviews performed.
Okay. So these 2 routes, are they accurate as to the routes of travel that you just testified about?
Yes.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit number 180, please.
Mr. Nugget?
Hey, Council, just briefly. Sure. With respect to the Mike and Donald travel route, agent info, how is that tracked?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
How
hear.
is that tracked? Your map, how is that created?
So I took the particular bullet points here that I've listed and I placed them into Google Maps in order. And then so for instance, Luther, I put Luther into Google Maps, and then I put the Walmart and Cadillac into Google Maps. Then I put the Easy Mart and Elk Rapids into Google Maps. And then I put the target location on Birch Lake into Google Maps. And then I put the Red Bull Tavern into Google Maps. And then I put the location back in Luther into Google Maps. And then it summarized the total distance for me. And then that's what I screen captured and printed out here.
So for purposes of this exhibit regarding Mike and Bill Mall, you don't know if that's the exact route they took, is that correct? Because the diagram that you have mapped out suggests that this is the exact route that they took. I'm asking you for purposes of admission of this exhibit, is this the exact route that they took? Yes or no?
Well, I'll start at the top. So this does not include all the surveillance or recon they did around Birch Lake. So from that perspective, no, it's not the exact route they took. It just goes into Birch Lake and then comes back.
So it's not the exact route. Is there a tracking device on any cars that would suggest that this route in this exhibit is accurate, correct?
There are no tracking devices on cars.
So you essentially just plug in destinations and did a Google map as to A to B, B to C, D to E, correct?
No, there's GPS devices on the people who are in the cars. And so I'm monitoring those GPS points as they head north, and then I'm following behind as I monitor the GPS points. But you can see here on the bottom portion of it from the Luther FTX, there's a dirt road there. I didn't pick them up until they got on 131. So as they're coming along the dirt road, there's a few different ways to get onto 131. So I can't tell you if they, took a left or a right on the dirt road portion until they got on 131. Then I followed behind them tracking the GPS.
Okay. My question to you is this, and I don't want to get too fancy with some of the phraseology. Is this map based on GPS triangulation? Meaning, are you using towers for purposes of the GPS on those?
Well, it is based on GPS, but GPS uses satellites and not towers.
I'm sorry, satellites, excuse me.
But, so it's partially based on GPS and partially based on my own observations as I'm following behind.
But it's your testimony today that you don't know this is the exact route, right?
Oh, I'm telling you, it's not the exact route because it stops in Birch Lake and it doesn't follow where they went in Birch Lake. It just stops at the target residence. And then, as I described, there's a couple different dirt roads you can take that are right next to one another. And so when I tracked the GPS getting on 31, I wasn't falling behind. So I don't know which dirt road, how they left the Luther FTX. So based on GPS, it could have been this one. It could have been that one. They just generally headed east and jumped on 131 and went north.
Undercover Mark was in the vehicle at this time? No.
So there's a number of different vehicles here. So initially, Undercover Mark was with Adam Fox. And then when they arrive in Walmart, so Walmart is when the three vehicles come together and head north.
Okay. So this is almost a compilation of the vehicles in this early route, is that correct?
Correct. This entire route is a compilation of the vehicles, and then they come together at Walmart. And then I'm looking at audio and GPS of different vehicles that are trailing each other north from Walmart.
Thank you for your response. No comment.
Okay, Mr. Seibert?
Agent, you're the agent of the FBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
Most powerful police agency in the world?
Mr. Seibert? Are we limiting this to one?
Yeah.
Okay. Correct.
I guess that's a matter of perspective and opinion.
You said that the route is not accurate because you didn't have GPS to pick them up in Luther. Is that correct? So you didn't have them from Luther to 131? Is that correct?
What I'm saying is that GPS,
Yes or no?
No.
Mr. Seibert, allow him to answer the question. Agent, go ahead.
GPS has a range of accuracy. And at various times, it can be accurate or it can be less than accurate. So if the accuracy is, let's say, a half mile or a quarter mile, as you're driving in your GPS, it might not be your exact route when there's bad coverage. So you can generally track, like when you have your phone up on GPS, you can generally track where you're at, what direction you're headed, but GPS might think you're on one road when you're actually on another road next to it. So you gotta also have physical surveillance, or you also have to look what the accuracy is when you're tracking the GPS. So in this case, it was not very accurate, the GPS, coming out of the poor reception near Luther. So I could generally see people going east till 131, but I wasn't confident as to what exit they got on 131. So that's why I'm just describing that level of accuracy of the map. I just generally put in Luther to 131, headed north. And that's generally how I saw the GPS tracking.
So accuracy is an issue. On exhibit 180, you have it going south and then over the highway. Exhibit 179, you have it going significantly north and then over to 131. So both of those are inaccurate as well?
I'm sorry, we're exhibit 179.
Yes. You have, on 179, you have the travel going significantly north and then over to 131. But in exhibit 180, you have it going south and then over to 131. So both of those are just inaccurate.
So this is what I was describing. There's two different entrances to get on the 131 headed north.
But it's not accurate, correct?
I can't tell you what on-ramp they took. It could be one of a few different on-ramps at 131.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Quick question about the GPS. The GPS on a person, on a phone, on a vehicle, what source are we talking about here?
So the GPS is on a transmitting device by the undercovers and sources. I'm trying not to say what it is for the safety of future undercover operatives,
That's fine.
but it's on the person of the undercover or the source.
Thank you.
Any objections to this? No. Okay, and Mr. Seibert, stand on the objections.
Please stand on the objections and point out that there's inaccuracies and inconsistencies. Thank
The agent testified as to how he created this document, generally speaking, especially as to the portion between Luther and 131, which was the subject of what your questions in terms of its admissibility. We believe laid a proper foundation for admission of the document. Certainly, the fact might be whatever they wish, given the discrepancies in the information pointed out. So, 182.
Thank you. And can you turn, if you would, and kind of walk us through these two, please, and also point out, where you're talking about the lack of coverage or, cell phone or GPS coverage you're talking about.
Sure. So starting on the left here, this is the Luther location. So this is the starting location. So you can enter 131 right here. There's a few different entrance ramps. And this is where the GPS coverage was light, and I wasn't sure which route they took. And so this shows the Google Maps going just right on 131. They're heading north. This is the staging location at Walmart where the vehicles came together. And then this is when they headed north. And this is the Easy Mart, which is the location right next door to the AMVET in Elk Rapids. So this is just south of the Elk River Bridge. And then this dot right here, that's the governor's target address. And then this is the debrief location outside the Oasis Red Bull Tavern.
And on the right, what are we seeing?
So this is Brian Higgins' route of travel, which was a little bit different. He went down to the Super 8, changed out of his tactical gear with Barry Croft. They dressed down, got something to eat, and then they met with everybody here at the Walmart parking lot in Cadillac, just at the staging location before they headed north.
How many vehicles meet at the Walmart Cadillac?
Well, ultimately, there was 3 vehicles. This is what we call the signal car, the spotter car, and the lookout car met there. But Eric Molitor also came in his vehicle and met the crew at the Walmart.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Turn, if you would, in your exhibit book there to propose exhibit 189, please.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. This is a screen capture of a video that I took that was recorded during the Luther FTX by a CHS for the FBI.
And who is the CHS?
That was Jenny Plunk.
Okay, and she was on the subjects of investigation, I believe also, is that correct?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, the attendees at the Luther group photos.
Yes.
Okay. And what does it show?
It shows Eric Molitor holding a rifle in close proximity to Barry Croft, who's holding a rifle.
Okay, accurately depict the scene.
Yes.
I'm going to move for admission, please, of proposed exhibit number 189.
Mr. Side.
We'd stand under objections.
Mr. Barnett.
Sure, Wadier, please.
Wadier, yes.
Is this a photo or is this a video that was stopped and a picture taken? I think we covered this already.
So the exhibit itself is a photo. It's a screen capture that I took of the video of what's occurring.
Okay. So there's things outside this picture that aren't being shown, plus there's a video. And this is a screen capture of these two.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking on the things that aren't being shown, but it's a video. The video is of the training. And then I paused the video and I took a screen capture and then I cropped it so that you could see the participants here and blew it up big for the exhibit.
What did you crop out?
I cropped out on
Judge,
the right.
if I can, we're getting into crossing zone versus
I
word.
think, the question as to what was cropped out is pertinent to the definition of exhibit.
So on the right side of Barry Croft, you can see he's wearing tactical fatigues, and I cropped out like his back. And on the left side of Eric Molitor, you can see he's wearing a rain jacket, and I cropped out his back, and I zoomed in so that you could see their faces without their backs.
Any additional budget questions, Mr. Brown?
Part of the training was this.
This was walking from one station to the next. So there was a weapons manipulation station that, or a tactical weapons handling station. And then Barry Croft was at that station. And then one of the groups congregated and left that station and started heading along a trail to another station. And there was discussion and mingling at that time. And that's when this occurred.
How was the video depicted in the freeze frame shot?
Well, that's outside. That's still any additional budget questions? Any objection to it?
Just the misrepresentation of the detector versus a video.
Well, the agent has testified that it is a screenshot and that it accurately reflects that moment in time on the video, which is the question of the court.
What do we see there, Agent Impala?
So this is Eric Molitor on the left holding his rifle. And this is Barry Croft on the right holding his rifle. And then I zoomed in and cropped out Barry Croft's back, which is right here, and Eric Molitor's back, so that you can see the rifles in their faces better.
Thank you. Agent Impala, if you are familiar with proposed exhibit 204.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is a 24-second clip, and it's of dash cam video. So the dash cam is what Brian Higgins had on his truck and that he provided to CHS Dan following the training.
Remind us, what state Mr. Higgins is from?
It's from Wisconsin.
How was this video obtained?
It was obtained from CHS Dan following a debrief. He received a thumb drive or a USB drive from Brian Higgins on Sunday. And then when I debriefed with him on Sunday, he gave me the thumb drive and I grabbed it and put it in evidence.
Tell us generally what's contained in the video.
This is a video as the group is, as the signal car is heading down Timberlake Drive. And it's a discussion about jumping off 3 doors south of the governor's house and going on foot.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 204, please.
Mr. Sack,
If you'd stand up for objections, thank you.
Mr. Barnett.
This is 204 and 204.
Yeah, thank you. I've just been reminded is there an associated transcript with this as 204T?
Yes.
Okay, and if you looked at that transcript,
Yes.
is it accurate as to the statements in the video?
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of both 204 and 204T, please.
Mr. Nunzio saying no comments to 204T.
Thank you.
Mr. Sack.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
And Mr. Barnett as to 204 and 204T.
No objection.
Both of you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, please.
You know, I know 6815 is, we just sort of roll through and just roll off the back of the tailgate. We go down, turn around, and slow down, 3 houses down, you jump back on, just ran out of there. That's what I would do with it.
Who's in the vehicle there?
So on the right side of the vehicle, the driver, that's Brian Higgins. And then on the left side of the vehicle, in the passenger seat, that's Caleb Franks. And then in the back of the vehicle, I don't know if you guys can see that, in the back seat, that's Ty Garber.
Okay. The, what's the date that this occurs?
This is the night of September 12th, 2020.
Okay, and this is the nighttime surveillance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many cars are involved in this?
3 cars involved in the night surveillance.
Which one is this?
This is the signal car. So this is the car that is driving north and south on Timberlake Drive and then starts flashing its lights after they get past the governor's house.
Okay. After this evening and after you see that video in your investigation, taking it back in time, you know, to what you're doing after the surveillance, after the nighttime surveillance. Tell us, if you will, investigatively, do you make any decisions after the nighttime surveillance?
Yes, we make decisions about, ultimately we decide that we can't allow the next FTX to happen. There's a planned FTX in October where we were gonna actually sell inert explosives to the group. But
Inert?
Which
Okay.
means they don't blow up.
Okay. And I mean, tell us why you decided you couldn't wait for that to happen.
Members of the Wolverine Watchmen decided to participate in illegal acts. So they were gonna build ghost guns and sell ghost guns to a drug dealer. So ghost guns are weapons that don't have serial numbers that can be used on the street to commit crimes and not be traced back to somebody. So Wolverine Watchmen members were going to sell those ghost guns and manufacture them. And they had manufactured them already and were getting ready to sell them. And we can't let guns walk, or we can't give weapons that could harm somebody. So it was too dangerous to continue on and wait until the planned explosive buy.
Okay. Very good. If you can, please, familiar with proposed exhibit 205.
I am.
What is that?
This is a 1:19 video, and this is a dash cam video. This is now a video of the dash cam, which takes place at the debrief location following the surveillance. So after the 3 cars meet outside the Oasis Red Bull Tavern.
Is there an associated transcript with it?
There is.
Have you reviewed the transcript and the video?
Yes.
Does the transcript accurately reflect what's in the video?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Going to move for admission of 205, proposed exhibit 205 and 205T, please, which is the transcript.
Mr. Lindsay? Mr. Steiner?
Agent Emily, you said the video was how long?
This clip is 1:19.
But your transcript says 2 minutes and 18 seconds.
My transcript says 1:19.
Place for the sidebar?
Go back on the record, we're talking about both exhibits 205 and 205T. It said no comment. Mr. Sacker?
Judge, we'd object to this piece of evidence. Counsel has admitted that he edited it. Counsel just became a witness.
Well, why don't you do this, ladies and gentlemen, if you would step up, please. All rise for the purpose. Everyone can be seated. The attorneys did have a sidebar relative to exhibits 205 and 205T. My understanding from that discussion is that the original audio clip was, I think, 2 minutes, 18 seconds. Is that correct, Mr. Miller?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And then there was an associated transcript with it that indicated that length. I will call that the original proposed 205 and 205T that were provided. As part of the discussion relative to some other exhibits and the titles being removed, one of the things that the important parties discussed is reviewing the exhibits, the proposed exhibits. And so my understanding from what transpired is, as part of that process, it was determined that is it the first or last page, Mr. Wilson?
The last page.
The last page of the form for the original, I guess I'll call it 205T, did not match the audio clip that was provided. Thus, we arrive at the 205 and 205T that had been presented today, which the audio clip, at least as it was provided to the court, is 1 minute and 19 seconds in the associated transcripts. Is that generally correct, Mr. Wilson?
No, Judge. The audio hasn't changed since last week, the exhibit. What has changed is we caught an error in that our transcript had content that was too long. The transcript did not match the audio. It had the second page, it's been referenced. We corrected the transcript to match the audio.
Okay, thank you. So the audio file wasn't changed, the transcript simply was made to match that audio clip.
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Nunzio?
No comment with that explanation from Mr. Lofton, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sacker?
Just very briefly. The court speaks through its orders. It gave us an order to turn over all evidence on a date certain. I think it was August 11th.
7th. It's August 7th.
August 7th. What we're looking at here today is what was turned over to us on a USB jump drive on August 7th. I don't see how we can change exhibits because you caught it over the weekend. You ordered that they had to be turned over. If it's in error, it's excluded. It isn't, hey, let's amend it, let's fix it, and move on. This is what we prepared for. We prepared for a 218. We prepared for a 218 transcript, whether it be accurate or inaccurate. But you speak through your orders, Judge, and for us to bend the rules over the weekend because they took the headings off. Doesn't change the transcript, doesn't change the audio. If they're not accurate, they shouldn't come into evidence, and we shouldn't allow them to be amended on the go.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnett, anything for you?
Take no position.
Mr. Nunzio, anything else?
No, nothing further.
Mr. Wilson, any response?
No, thank you, Judge.
Well, the dates as given are correct. The court ordered all exhibits to be exchanged by August 7th. The August 11th date by close of business is when the parties were to file any objections to those exhibits. That was done, as has been previously indicated by Mr. Cyber. And that written document was joined by Mr. Nunzio. And then Mr. Barnett also filed some written objections. I think it was to 3, but don't quote me on that. And so I certainly understand the argument made relative to 205 and 205T. But this is an exhibit that hasn't been admitted. The audio file didn't change. The associated transcript that was to be provided is the document that was, and I don't want to use the word amended because it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit yet. The proposed exhibit for that transcript was made to match. And in the court's mind, it's helpful for the fact finder to have a transcript to go along with the audio files. At times, some of them have been difficult to hear. Certainly, if they're reviewing, you're able to that volume may improve. But given the sequence of events as that's transpired, I don't have any issue with the admissibility of 205T specifically relative to the issues we discussed, but certainly the objection. Mr. Sapp.
Judge, counsel admitted that he amended the exhibit. He's now a witness.
He didn't indicate that he amended the exhibit. What he did is remove a piece of paper so that the transcript that was prepared is the way I understood it. Agent Nicola, did you prepare this transcript as well?
I did.
Okay, so that the transcript matches.
Judge, please stand on the objections.
Relative to that, discussion is concluded as 205 and 205T. Anything further before we bring the jury back, Mr. Walton?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Simon?
Regretfully, no.
Mr. Barnett?
This is the second page what we're looking at. I'm sure we'll figure this out in a second, but should we just cross out the front page for a vote? Correct. Thank you. Nothing else.
Judge, I'm held up, and I'm poor up here because counsel said he edited the transcript. He changed the transcript. He took a page out. Now Agent Nicola is going and saying, yep, this is his transcript. It's not his transcript. They took a page out. This is so critical when it comes to evidence being what we say it is. I apologize. It just keeps me up that counsel said that he edited it, and now Agent Nicola is adopting it. And that's not how evidence is. Evidence is evidence. And it's other than what he created. I'm just being horrified. I apologize.
No, that's perfectly fine. As the court indicated, what Mr. Rano indicated was not that he edited the transcript in any way. He removed the page that was originally been provided as the proposed exhibit so that the transcript for 205T matched the audio for 205. Those documents didn't change. He didn't have others take them away. He ensured that the transcript being proposed for 205T matched 205. So certainly the concerns have been placed on the record and are addressed. Anything else before we bring the jury back?
No, thank you. Thank you.
I'll ask be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Mr. Hoffman, I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you, Judge. For the jury's benefit, we've admitted 205 and 205T, I believe. Okay, thank you. And just before we play this, Agent Empla, again, just kind of give us a quick summary of what we're about to hear.
Sure. So this is a dash cam video from Brian Higgins' dash cam. And this is a reference to finding the governor's residence. It's got her address, and then it's got a reference to going through yards of neighbors that are houses south of her and going across the yards north as part of the recon. And then there's a reference to getting game cams or trail cams and how the RF detector can be used to find the infrared light, the lenses that are in those game cams.
Okay. Thank you.
You guys did see it? Okay. So we remember the 60 and 50, what we're wondering is, throw a couple of guys in the back, go down through there, 20 miles an hour, 2 or 3 houses ahead, they just slow down, you guys roll off the tailgate, I go on about my business, you guys do your thing, you turn around the cul-de-sac, pick you up 3, 4 houses away, so that'll be enough time to go in, take a look around, run 3 houses back down, and just go fast roll and roll back on the tailgate. Depending on what? But here's the thing, it's infrared triggered, so there's infrared plug on those. That's the whole point of the game. So you're gonna be broadcasting infrared the entire time. And any cell phone, any security camera on that house, they'll see that.
Okay. The video that goes with that, where does this conversation take place?
This conversation takes place at the debrief location near like the pickleball courts or the tennis courts across from the Oasis Red Bull Tavern. So this is it's off Williams Road on the southeast side of Birch Lake.
Okay. There's a video that goes with this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and why don't we, without the transcript, play the video if we could, please?
You guys did see it? Okay. So we know the 60 and 50 is what we're wondering is, throw a couple of guys in the back, you go down through there, 20 miles an hour, 2 or 3 houses ahead, they just slow down, you guys roll off the tailgate, I go on about my business, you guys do your thing, you turn around the cul-de-sac, pick you up 3, 4 houses away, and that'll be enough time to go in, take a look around, run 3 houses back down, and just roll fast over and roll back up on the tailgate.
Thank you, Adam. Agent Empla, what I'd like you to do now is explain to the jury what we're seeing in the video portion here. We have the transcript; it's been admitted, but I don't want to play the whole thing again. But why are we seeing what we see here?
Sure. So this is the front-facing camera from the dash cam. It's facing out towards the Oasis Red Bull Tavern, but it's dark, and the headlights are off on the vehicles during the debrief. So you're just seeing these are whatever sort of lights there are in the neighborhood, and there's a road right here, but it's pitch black at night, so you're just seeing what the camera can see.
Understood. Thank you. Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 206?
I am.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is the next sequential dash cam video from that debrief location. It's a couple minutes later. and it's the group talking there before they head out of Antrim County.
Okay, and how was it obtained?
It's obtained from CHS Dan from the thumb drive that Brian Higgins gave him, and then CHS Dan gave me following the Luther training.
Okay, is this, where does this occur again?
So this is at that tennis pickleball courts across from the Oasis Red Bull Tavern.
Okay. Is there an associated transcript, marked 206T?
Yes.
And is that transcript accurate as to the video?
Yes.
As to the statements on the video?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move for, I did generally summarize what's going on in this particular exhibit.
There's a description of the houses in the area, if there was lights on or not, how many times they went up and down in front of the governor's residence. And then Barry Croft talks about how they need to establish a schedule for the target, more details in order to conduct the op.
Okay. Barry Croft's, in near the Red Bull Tavern then at this point.
Oh,
right?
yes.
I mean, he's come to Antrim County.
Yes.
Okay. Adam Fox is there?
Yes.
Okay. Are any of the defendants there?
Yes.
Who?
The Null brothers are there.
Okay. Going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 206 and 206T, please.
Mr. Kleiner?
Stand under objections.
Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
206 and 206 will be.
And before we play it, I'm sorry, is this the same as in 205? Is this, if we looked at the video, what would we see?
It's the same. It's dark. It's the exterior facing dash cam. I can't remember if a car drives by or not and you see any lights, but it's the same thing. You're just looking at a black screen, generally speaking.
Fair enough. Right. Thank you, Adam.
It went down, back, down, back. So if you guys want to remind, because now this stuff will be marked, if you guys went down through there.
And that's Mr. Croft talking at the beginning of the exhibit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And for the record, he states you have to establish a schedule on your target in order to conduct the operation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. You know what? Let's play that video. Actually, I think that. Okay, thank you, Adam. Okay. Agent Templa, if you could turn to proposed exhibit 210 in your exhibit book there. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, 210 is a photograph that I took of the mobile gas station. That's the Easy Mart, and it's looking across the parking lot towards the AmVet. And this is the one, it's in downtown Elk Rapids, just south of the bridge.
Okay, accurately depict the the area that's in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And why did you take that photo?
So the jury in the court could see the location we were talking about, where the debrief and the team assignments, excuse me, not the debrief, the team assignments happened before heading north for the recon.
Okay. I move for admission of proposed exhibit number 210, please.
Mr. Lemon? Mr. Sapper?
Please stand on written objections.
Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
210 will be the.
And just for the record, generally describe what we're seeing here.
Sure. So this mobile here, this is the Easy Mart, this off 31, and then this is the AmVet, and then this is the parking lot of the AmVet, where they were standing and discussing the team assignments before heading north.
When you say heading north to where?
To the bridge and to Birch Lake.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, I want to direct your attention now to the time after the nighttime surveillance, okay?
Sure.
And have you turn to proposed exhibit 211. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, 211, this is a one-page document, and it's got 3 statements made by Bill Null. They were found on his phone following the search warrant, and 2 of them are signal statements. Excuse me, two of them are Facebook statements, and 1 of them is a signal statement.
Have you indicated which statements belong to each of those platforms?
Yes.
Okay. And are the statements from this from his phone, were they obtained through a search warrant?
Yes.
And are the statements accurate as to what came from his phone?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to generally describe, if you would please, what the content of the statements is.
So these are group chat statements, which Mike Null is part of the group chat. And there are statements about.
Objection, Judge, there's no evidence of that in this exhibit.
If I understood the testimony earlier correctly, they went through the members of those chats. Is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Do you have any additional objection?
Judge, there's no indication that Mike Null is a part of this chat.
Okay, that's so noted. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Your sworn testimony is that Mike Null was a member of this chat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I was moving for admission of 211, please.
Mr. Sapper?
Please stand on the written objections.
Mr. Barnett? No objection. 211 will be admitted.
Thank you. Okay, can you walk us through this and tell us what we're seeing?
Sure. So these 2 bottom ones are from September 16th from Facebook, the group chat MLM roundtable. And then this top one here is a signal chat. And the title of that group chat was MI Militia Leaders 2.0. And that was from September 15th, 2020.
Okay, and can you read those for us, please?
Sure. Bill Null stated on September 15th in the encrypted signal chat, "We are at war now. We have been. I don't see how things will ever get better without bloodshed. No matter who wins this election, they won't go by the Constitution. We will still be forced to comply or the pigs will kill us."
Moving on to the second message there, please.
So this is from Facebook, the MLM roundtable chat. Bill Null stated, "It's already been enough, but when the rest of the free people stand with us, we will be unstoppable."
And finally, the third portion at the bottom there.
Bill Null stated, "This is the time to get prepared, brothers. Shit ain't ever gonna be the same."
How many days after the nighttime surveillance are these statements made?
2 to 3 days after the nighttime surveillance.
Well, the nighttime surveillance was on September,
Oh, I'm sorry, September 12th. Yeah, so 3 to 4 days.
okay. Thank you. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 212, please?
Yes, I have it here.
And what are we looking at there? Proposed exhibit 212.
This is a Google search from the HP Pavilion computer in Eric Molitor's residence
Okay, and how was this obtained?
via search warrant,
Okay, when was it obtained?
October 7th, 2020.
Okay, and this is a home computer then, is that my understanding?
It's inside the residence.
Okay, and what is the, generally, what's the content of this exhibit?
This is the search history from a Chrome internet browser.
And what is the search for?
The search is for the line of succession for the governor.
Move for admission
I'm
of,
going to object to that, Your Honor, that's not what the search is.
it's exactly what it is.
Speculating. Agent,
Mr. Barnett, let me ask you this, other than that issue, which I'll move back to, do you have any objection to the document being?
no, not at all. I just don't like the.
Or,
Just with respect to the request, the court look at our objection to 162 as we were silent on 212. Thank you.
And so that an objection to the 162, just for the purpose of the record, you're also applying to the 212, is that correct?
That would be correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as has been previously discussed, relative to those, the court will admit 212. And Mr. Barnett, I wasn't trying to ignore your question. I wanted to ensure the court was going to admit it before indicating. Agent, was the search that was done, who is the sitting lieutenant governor?
Those are the exact words, yes.
Okay, and so Mr. Barnett, is that correct?
I just want me to speak for myself and not have speculation involved in the entry of it.
And that's perfectly appropriate, that's why the court event was the search history was according to the document. So
That's fine with that.
That's what we're using on hold. Mr. Ralston?
thank you, thank you, and that's been a judge?
Yes.
Thank you. What's the date of the search?
September 16th, 2020.
And how many days after the nighttime surveillance is that?
4.
Okay. And help us out if you would, Adam, with a zooming in, please. What do we see here?
These are the exact letters that were typed into Google.
Okay, can you read that for us?
Who is the sitting lieutenant governor?
Okay. Does Michigan have a lieutenant governor?
Yes,
Okay. And then you talked about a line of succession, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that.
So if the governor is incapacitated or can't perform his or her duties, the duties of the governor would fall upon the lieutenant governor. It's the equivalent of the president, vice president type of situation.
So on the 16th of September, Mr. Molitor is trying to learn who the lieutenant governor is.
It's accurate.
Okay. Turn to proposed exhibit number 213, please.
I have it here.
And can you describe what that is?
The This is a 4-pager. This is encrypted Threema messages, and this is between CHS Dan and Eric Molitor. So one-on-one chat.
And generally describe the content of the communications between Mr. Molitor and Mr. Fox.
Sure. There's, I'm sorry, it's not Molitor and Fox.
I'm sorry,
It's
Molitor,
and-
my mistake. Molitor and CHS Dan.
Yes. It's discussion about the FTX that had happened. So they discuss the use of the, hold on. They discussed the use of the RF detector. They discussed the live fire shoot house and Eric's role as a medic. And they talk about refining the plan to be at different times with different vehicles and having OPSEC about it moving forward.
And what platform is this communication happening on?
It's Threema.
And is Threema a encrypted platform?
Yes, Threema is a paid service. So the other ones are free encrypted. But the group had moved to now this paid service. They thought it was more secure.
How were you able to get access to this?
This is through live monitoring of the Threema chats through Dan's account. So CHS Dan gave me his username and password, and I logged in with my team, and we captured screen captures of the conversations as they happened.
Okay. Does the exhibit accurately reflect the portion of the chat that's in the 4 pages?
Yes, it's the full chat, and I've added black boxes around the pertinent portions.
Okay. Move for admission of proposed exhibit number 213, please.
No comment.
Mr. Zucker,
We stand on our written objections. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Barnett,
We don't object that, it just has to be entire, exhibit that not pertinent, or mark that pertinent, the entire.
do you all intend to publish 213 for the record?
Yes.
It will be admitted, because you did that already, but if I didn't, and when it's published, you would review the entirety.
We'll work right through it, Judge. Thank you. Okay. 213, is that correct?
Yes,
And the date is on the left-hand side, is that correct?
yes, October 1st, 2020.
Okay, why don't you work us through the 4 pages, if you would, please, and tell us what it says.
Sure. So the green on the right is the green bubbles are CHS Dan, and then Barricade, Eric Molitor is on the white here.
Okay,
So Dan stated, that's fucking wild. How was it down there? Sounds a little sketchy. What do you think about our FTX? Did you live fire Sunday? I was all over. Eric Molitor replied, I did not live fire. I was uncomfortable with some things. It was an awesome FTX. With more preparation and people learned up in their respective from fields, it can be even better. But one of the best I've been to regardless. LOL. CHS Dan asked, what was getting you? Were you there both days? I was going to link up with you for some land navigational stuff. Eric Molitor replied, I was there both days. I stood at the shoot house with my medic bag just in case. Even the second day, people were going in dry run with magazines and weapons. That very fella flagged the fuck out of some people with a Glock CAA combo, which of course has no safety. One man was in the shoot house while 2 others stacked up and started moving in. These are just a few things. I have a fair amount of training and know better than to let these guys behind me. Even the Null brothers, who I've known for a while, were flagging each other. It sucks, but basics need to be observed. Classification of skill set so people are in the right level of training. The medical was too in-depth for what the average person needed. Equipment was suggested that only the designated medic should have. And some skills were shot through too fast that should have had more time dedicated. And the land nav is fucking awesome. I will have my stuff next time. I usually have it, but already brought too much shit, LOL. CHS Dan replied, I missed that shit with people flagging, probably how I missed you. I did a land nav course with the Wisconsin guys. I don't like it when guys do dry runs with mags in.
Moving to page 2 now.
CHS Dan started in the green here. I missed that. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that already. That's a continuation from the previous page. CHS Dan said, by the way, that RF scanner was cool as fuck. Good work, security on that. Heard it tripped the phone. Eric Molitor replied, it sure did, LOL. I'm a very cautious man, paranoid with purpose. You were running the land nav while we finished the shoot house. Some dudes came around the last corner and pointed a live weapon at me. Fucking pissed me off, LOL. I knew it wasn't personal. But you know what it's like getting a gun pointed at you. CHS Dan replied, you down for more room clearing? Just dry with just a handful of us? Fuck man, sorry for that. Made a second trip north, night run. Eric Molitor replied, I'm always down for weapons training. Anything new on follow-ups? Dan stated, was solid, kind of hasty with getting everyone. Made eyes on again, was a huge plus being night-based. Need to gather more impact, though. Eric Molitor asked, which trip? You asked for my opinions on what was on what has happened or what may happen, ... Dan stated, can do both, but really from when we went, I had more limited vantage point. I was focused on maintaining movement and making sure a detail wasn't in place. Eric Molitor responded and said, I think it was a good trip. We got location and layout. We need to utilize offline nav maps so we could plan effectively. I don't think it is a good idea, to be honest, not in such a short amount of time. We need a good team, minimum of 2 4-man teams, which means a high level of training and even higher level of trust. I have never executed missions, but I play war games in my head a lot and love tactics. With what I've learned and how my mind works, I go overboard on plan B and C because I automatically assume nothing goes right. I always plan bigger than necessary, which means resources, which again means training and trust. I wish we all loved closer because face-to-face is the safest way to do anything. Another telling thing was how many people, even in her neck of the woods, didn't wear masks. I don't think she has the respect she thinks she does for whatever that's worth. Dan stated, I was thinking the same thing when we were at the bar and use that to our advantage. Also, agree on extended planning and not rushing it. I usually plan worst case and build off that. Eric Molitor replied in all caps, yes. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
And finally, moving to page 4, please.
So this is continuation here. Dan stated, thoughts on making another trip? Kind of equipment we should bring? Would that RF scanner work? You mentioned it'll pick up lenses, or lens. It will pick up things that are close. This is Eric Molitor. It is not long distance. I would not make another trip until we had more intel. You can look up statistics and demographics for the area on people, law enforcement, response times on average, gun ownership, demographic stats. Oh, I'm sorry.
Demographic.
Okay, I'll start here at the beginning of this one. This is Eric Molitor. It will pick up things that are close. It is not long distance. I would not make another trip until we had more intel. You can look up statistics and demographics for the area on people, law enforcement, response times, on average, gun ownership, demographic stats, and the things of that sort. Average age will tell us about typical nightlife. Will it be easy to blend in with traffic, or will we stand alone on the roads? Holidays are best for traveling because out-of-area/state people are expected. Changing vehicles. Do we know anyone with a junkyard who can loan plates? How fast can we switch them at key points in travel? Do we have other vehicles to lessen the number per vehicle so as to throw off descriptions? Just a few things I'm thinking about off the top of my head. Dan stated, I like it. We're pretty like-minded. I agree on holiday travel was a plus going near Labor Day. Followed by, see this Dan, plates we can zip tie on for easy out. Second plates we can glue screws, few threads in for fast install. Eric Molitor stated, was washing dishes. Sorry about the delay, but I'm glad to hear you saying this. I love Adam to death, man. But he gets excited too easily. We gotta slow down and keep this shit quiet. This isn't some little thing that was mentioned. Can it be done? Of course, but not yet. Maybe through the process, another idea may become more feasible. Who knows? This shit is fluid if done right. And I love the plates ideas. I just learned some shit today. LOL.
Agent Impla, if you can turn please to proposed exhibit 214, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, this is another chat from Threema. This is the FAFO chat. So this is the operator chat run by Adam Fox. The date of this is October 3rd, 2020. And this is a 2-pager.
How was it obtained?
It was obtained via monitoring the encrypted Threema chats through Dan's account.
Okay, and does proposed exhibit 214 accurately reflect the portion of the chats that are contained therein?
Yes, it does.
Can you generally describe the content of the chat itself?
Yes, Adam Fox talks about how they still need to take down the governor. He has flex cuffs, and then Eric Molitor responds with his opinions. Adam Fox discusses hog-tying the governor, and then Eric Molitor discusses his thoughts about that.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 214, please.
Mr. Sack, Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
Agent, which of the three defendants, if any, are members of this group?
Just Eric Molitor.
Okay. 214.
Generally describe what we're seeing here.
So this is the Threema page, and this is the group chat with Threema. Barricade is Eric Molitor's username. Alpha Fuck You is Adam Fox's username.
Okay, can you work us through these 2 pages, please, starting from the top, page 1?
Sure. So Adam Fox stated, so in light of all this and her saying she's going to keep using executive powers, she's now officially a tyrant and we can make a citizen's arrest of her. Who's down? Take some balls, but she's in violation multiple times of the Constitution, so it's game on. I got cuffs. Just saying. Eric Molitor responded, she fucked up for sure. It will be interesting to see how this plays out. She will never get away from all the lawsuits that are coming. People have lost their homes and businesses because of her. They have died because of her unconstitutional orders. If it is truly that simple to go execute a civilian arrest on someone who has legal protections, us civvies don't, then let's go. But the bitch is hanging already and doesn't even know it apparently. Desperate people do even dumber shit. She will not sit in office ever again. And nestle back in her bullshit fucked her as well. I ain't going to jail over a dead bitch, but would love to be on the serving end of legit justice in this case, LOL. We were vilified and called the worst of names for what we stood for. And the whole time, it was her and the system. The vindication alone is weight lifted off my shoulders. Fuck those tyrant fucks. Adam Fox responded, I still want to hog tie her ass in a folding table while we all pose like we just made the biggest drug bust of all time and take pics.
I'll get that.
Let me refer to the exhibit here.
Thanks.
Adam Fox stated, how can we allow the ones breaking the law to uphold the law against us? Seriously.
And we move to page 2 now.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Adam Fox stated, that's a continuation of the same statement. Eric Molitor stated, we can't, and shit still needs to be taken care of. Adam Fox replied, oh, it's gonna be, with an emoji. Then Adam Fox provided a picture of some weapons.
Okay, thank you. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 216, please?
$216 or $215?
My apologies, 215, thank you. Got ahead of myself there. What is 215, Agent Upla?
215 is a screen capture of a statement made by Eric Molitor on Threema on the FAFO chat. That's the fuck around, find out operator chat from October 6th, 2020.
Okay, and what's the general content of it?
Eric Molitor is talking about which ammunition can penetrate which body armor.
When was it? When was the statement made?
October 6th, 2020.
Okay, going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 215, please.
Mr. Seidler?
Should we send our written objections? Thank you very much.
Mr. Barnett?
No, this is really, cheap, it's out of, there's no context to this, I would object to the lack of context and the rest of whatever discussion going on.
Okay, the proposed exhibit is what has been proposed by fair nature. The board again will leave any discussion to MRE 106 to the other parties. So, based on that, I'll choose 215.
Thank you, Judge. Again, is Threema encrypted?
Yes.
Okay, and who are members of this chat?
Adam Fox and the Wolverine Watchmen, the operators under the Wolverine Watchmen and Eric Molitor. The Null brothers are not part of this chat.
Thank you. And would you read into the record, please, Mr. Molitor's statement on this date?
Sure. Liberty Defense makes a 9mm, MM that penetrates level 3A. Safe Life Defense makes level 3A plus that stops that, as well as the 5.7 round, just not rifle rounds. Thank you for the info on the 3D printed stuff, though. That's interesting.
Are you familiar with Liberty Defense?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a ammunition manufacturer or distributor.
Okay. And 9mm, are you familiar with that reference?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a 9mm round, so it's caliber of ammunition.
Okay. Can you turn, please, to proposed exhibit number 216?
Yes, I have it here.
Can you tell us what that is generally?
Yes, this is a photograph, a screen capture, excuse me, from Google Earth. It shows the locations of the premises search warrants on the mitten, and it has bullets of the key items that were seized as a result of those search warrants. And these search warrants I'm talking about are specific to Mike Null, Bill Null, and Eric Molitor.
Okay. In terms of the map, does it accurately depict the locations where the search warrants occurred?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of the content on the right, does it accurately depict the items that were seized from each residence?
Yes, it's a summary of the search warrant tab, which lists out items to be seized.
Okay. Going to move for admission, please, of proposed exhibit number 216.
Try to see the differences. We're also going to go back to
Given the court's comments, we'll come back to that after lunch. Thank you. If you would, can you turn to proposed exhibit 217, please?
Yes, I have it here.
What is that?
This is a photograph of a GMC Envoy, and it was taken pursuant to the premises search warrant at Bill Null's residence on October 7th, 2020.
Okay, whose vehicle is that?
I don't know.
Okay, parked in the residence?
Yes,
Okay. What's the content of the photograph generally?
shows the rear of the vehicle, and then it shows a bumper sticker and two other stickers that are on the right side of the vehicle.
Okay. Accurately depict the scene as it was that evening?
Yes.
Move for admission of 217, please.
Mr. Nutter,
No comment.
Mr.
And
Sutton,
then a written objection, Judge, thank you.
and Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
217.
Adam, if you can zoom in a little bit there, please. Agent Impla, just for the record, can you read in the bumper stickers that we see there?
Sure. Starting from the top, there's a bumper sticker with AR style rifle. It says heavily armed and easily pissed. And then there's a second bumper sticker which says, I hate unconstitutional standing armies, 3%.
Okay. Have you heard, that phraseology before, unconstitutional standing armies, in your work in domestic terrorism investigations?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Sure. It's a reference by the patriot community to law enforcement. They view law enforcement as an unconstitutional standing army that doesn't have the right to tell them what to do.
The proposed exhibit 218, can you turn to that in your exhibit book, please?
Yes, I have it here.
Okay. What is that?
This is the body armor and plate carrier and associated attachments with patches, which was found in Bill Null's house pursuant to a search warrant.
Does it accurately depict the item as it was found? Well, first of all, when was that search warrant executed?
That was October 7th, 2020.
Okay, where was it executed at?
It was executed at Bill Null's house in Shelbyville.
Okay, and does the photograph accurately depict the item that's in the photograph?
Yes, it does.
Move for admission of 218, please.
Mr. Nutter,
No comment.
Mr. Sutton,
Please stand on the written objection, Judge, thank you.
and Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
218 will be moved.
Agent Impla, tell us what we're seeing here.
Sure. So this is the front of what's called a plate carrier. Underneath this is ceramic plate or a ballistic plate, ballistic armor that protects your chest. There's one on the back side here. You can see the flap that you open up to put that plate carrier in. This is a radio right here. And then these are M4 magazines. And then this is a Boogaloo patch. This is a Don't Tread on Me patch. And this is a Michigan Liberty Militia patch. This is an American flag pin right here. And then this is a pouch. These are additional magazine pouches. And this is the Molly attachments I was talking about earlier. So you can take these magazine pouches and you can kind of set up your kit as you want. This is a holster that's attached to it.
The strap there that you see, it looks like it's got a carabine clip on the end of it. You see what I'm talking about there?
Right here.
Yes, sir. What's that for?
Yeah, so this is a single point attachment, which can be used as a sling for a rifle, or it can be used as a sling for a shotgun. After you breach the door, you can throw your shotgun and go to your primary weapon system. But it can be used to attach anything you want to carry, heavy, obviously.
Okay. I mean, have you seen this kind of equipment before?
Yes,
And describe, what its general usage is.
usually in U.S. military.
Okay. How heavy is that?
It's probably around 25 to 30 pounds.
Why does it weigh so much?
Because the ballistic plates in the front and the back are pretty substantial. They're probably a good 3/4 to an inch thick. And then obviously the carrier with all these attachments and everything it adds additional weight. Well, bullets are heavy as well. The more magazines you stack, the heavier your load gets.
Last week, we went through some photographs of Mr. Null at the Capitol. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did he have the Boogaloo patch on then, back in April?
I don't recall him having the Boogaloo patch in April.
Okay.
I didn't see it on the exhibits.
Okay. And this was found October 7th. Is that
That's correct.
2020? Okay. Can we move to propose exhibit 219 in your book, please?
Yes, I have it here.
Can you tell us what that is?
These are patches that Bill Null had in his house, which were found pursuant to a search warrant on October 7th, 2020.
And generally describe what the patches are.
It's a Michigan Liberty patch, and then it's another patch with his ideology.
And the photograph, does it accurately depict the patches as they were found, not as they were found, but as they appeared on October 7th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And move for admission of proposed exhibit number 219, please.
Mr. Short, Agent, were these patches on anything, or were they just freestanding as we see in this exhibit?
They were in a bag on the floor of a room. There's room A in the house.
Okay, and what is room A in the house as you so testified to? Is that a kitchen, bathroom?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the sketch and how they designated the rooms.
Okay. There are other people living in the house that are members of the Michigan Liberty Militia, correct?
That sounds fair. I don't know where his son was living.
Did you identify his son as part of the Michigan Liberty Militia?
Yes,
Okay. So you don't know if that's his son or that's Bill Knowles, do you?
but I don't know where his son lives, so that's correct. I don't know whose patch that was.
Okay. So you're assuming it belongs to Mr. Bill Knowles, would that be correct?
It's consistent with the ideology that he's portrayed.
Are you assuming it belongs to Bill Knowles, or do you have specific facts that it belongs to Bill Knowles?
All I'm telling you is it was found in Bill Null's residence. I can't tell you who the ownership is, how it was purchased.
Fair enough, thank you for your statements. No comment.
Mr. Simon? Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
It will be admitted, so 219 is admitted.
Why don't you describe what we're seeing here, starting with the yellow square with the letter numbers 22 in it?
So this would be evidence item 22 from that premises search of Bill Null's residence. And then this is the Michigan Liberty Militia patch. And this is the patch I was referring to about ideology. It states, I don't believe in anything. I'm here for the violence.
Thank you. The young man that Mr. Nunzio referenced, Mr. Bill Null's son, I think his Billy Jr., or it was in one of the subject displays. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How old is he?
I believe he was 17 at the time.
Okay. Can you turn to proposed exhibit number 220, please?
Yes, I have it here.
What is that?
This is a photograph taken with Bill Null's uniform, so to speak. It's the kit with his primary weapon, his secondary weapon, and his tactical shotgun that he carries.
Okay. When was this photo taken?
This photo was taken following the search warrant during preparation for this trial.
Okay. And accurately depict the items found on October 7th in Mr. Null's home?
Yes.
Okay. And move for admission of 220, please, Judge.
If you need a minute, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
If you need a moment, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, just,
Sure.
let me just have a short one here, Your Honor.
You know what, let's do this, it's noon anyway, and that's when we were gonna have the jury school prepared.
Sure.
So why don't we take our lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back at 1:30. Okay. All right. Okay, everyone may be seated. The record can reflect that the jury is out of the courtroom. You mentioned that the audience, you can go off there as figured.
No, thank you for the break, Judge.
Chance to allow everyone to speak. Anything that we need to take up? Oh, I have a note. That I'll come back to Mr. Nunzio. That was relative to exhibit 170. So just for the purposes of the record, we had a sidebar on that, and there were objections, I think, lodged at the two of the specific boxes that were on that summary. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and the substance of the objection was that the specific testimony related to those has not yet been put on the record. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that is noted for the record.
Thank you.
The determinations made by the court are still the same ones. I just wanted that clear for the record. Anything else from you before we take our?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sack?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
No.
You're on. Thank you, Wallace.
Yeah, Judge, we're going to address the issues discussed on the record. I don't know if you want to make a quick record of it on proposed exhibit 216.
Yep. So in relation to 216, that's the exhibit where the court asked for a sidebar. That was the proposed exhibit deals with a map detailing locations where the search warrants were executed. Generally speaking, it lists the names of three defendants, their addresses, and then the items, or presumably some of the items that were located. The court's concern was with admitting an exhibit that had the exact road, street addresses for the defendants on it. I know there was one yesterday from Mr. Molitor, but that was the concern addressed by the court, and it's my understanding that Mr. Wilson, that the people would remove the specific street addresses, so that won't be identified.
Exactly.
Okay. Anything else for you on that one?
No, sir.
Anything for the defense attorney's?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay. I don't remember where I was in the line. Anything for anybody before we go to lunch?
You were going to tell us how long lunch was.
1:30.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, see you later. Thank you.
That's the old one.
We're gonna probably, we'll do this one first.
Okay, let's go back on the record then, 522-5165-FH. We're back from our lunch break. The jury is still out of the courtroom. Mr. Walton, anything for you before we jury back?
I think we left off, we were on, this is 220. And Mr. Nunzio was going to begin some voir dire on that. When we're finished with 220, I intend to move to 216, go back to that. We've got updated versions of that. I think the court and everybody's received a copy, and it's also electronically ready too.
Okay. Mr. Nunzio, anything for you?
Nothing further, I'm gonna waive one there, Your Honor, no comment, but of course the things, I'll let you know that,
Anything for you, Mr. Sacker?
okay? No, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
All rise.
And 222.
Does anyone have anything they need to report? If you recall, we're doing the prosecution's case in chief with such as Null. I think when we took a break, we were talking about proposed exhibit 220. Mr. Walton, had you walked with that?
I had, Your Honor.
Okay. Then let me go around to the defense table. Mr. Nunzio, any issue with you as to
No comment, thank you.
Mr. Sacker?
Just please say no written objections, thank you.
And Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
Okay, 220 will be.
Agent Impla, if you can turn and look at the screen there, tell us what we're looking at.
Sure. So this is Bill Null's kit for body armor that we looked at previously. This is a rifle found in Bill Null's residence, which is it resembles the rifle that he used in Luther during the training. And this is a Glock sidearm. And then this is a tactical shotgun.
Okay. Is there a holster on that kit that would fit the Glock sidearm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you point that out for us, please?
Right here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. If you can turn to proposed exhibit 221 in your book there. And can you tell us what that is, please?
This is a photograph of a weapons room in Bill Null's residence, which was taken during the course of the search warrant executed on October 7th, 2020.
Okay, does the photograph accurately depict how those weapons were found?
Yes.
Move for admission of 221, please.
Mr. Nunzio?
Just a quick one here. Agent Infila, are any of these weapons alleged to have been used at the Luther FTX? In the previous exhibit, if I just may, you said that the one on the left was identified as the one at the Luther FTX. Were these identified as being at the Luther FTX, any of these weapons?
Yeah, I understand the question. I'm just trying to look through all the,
Yes, sir.
try to get a look at all the guns. I don't believe these guns here were used in Luther.
No. Should be standing on written objections.
Mr. Barnett.
No objections.
221 will be admitted.
What are we looking at here, Agent Upla?
These are AR platform rifles mounted on the wall in the room I was discussing.
How many are there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we want to go back, if we could, to proposed exhibit 216. Can you go back to that in your book, please?
Yes, I have it here.
Okay, Judge, based on my earlier questioning of the witness, I'm going to move for admission of this based on the redactions that we made during lunch.
Mr. Nunzio. Mr. Sack.
Standing on written objections.
Mr. Barnett.
No objections.
216 will be admitted.
Thank you. What are we looking at here, Agent Upla?
So on the left, you got the Michigan Mint, and these are just visual depictions of Mike Null's residence, Bill Null's residence, and Eric Molitor's residence. So these are the locations where premises search warrants were executed. And this is just a recap with a few bullets here of significant summary of what was found in each residence.
Okay, thank you very much. If you can turn, please, to, and just for the record, why don't you read those bullets into the record too?
Sure.
For each individual and indicate who.
So Eric Molitor had 13 firearms. He had body armor, gas mask, flex cuffs, and a radio. He had the RF detector and a medical kit. Bill Null in Shelbyville had 45 firearms, body armor, and a radio. Mike Null in Plainwell had 40 firearms, body armor, and a radio.
Thank you very much. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 222 in your book, please? Tell us what that is.
This is a photograph of the other wall of the gun room in Bill Null's residence.
Okay, and when was it taken?
October 7th, 2020.
Okay, and does the picture accurately reflect the scene that day?
Yes.
Okay, and describe roughly what's in it.
It has tactical gear on the ground, and it has Bill Null's weapon across some ammo cans, which is on top of a dresser with his tactical clothing.
Move for admission of 222, please.
Mr. Nunzio.
Okay.
Mr. Sack.
Please stand on written objections. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
222 will be admitted.
Thank you. What are we seeing here, Agent Empla?
This is a photograph of that firearm on top of the ammo. This is tactical equipment on the floor here and tactical clothing.
And the firearm you're referencing on top of the ammunition cans, which you say the one that was referenced before, can you be more specific, please?
Yes. So it's the one that's referenced in Exhibit 220.
Okay, which one? There's two long guns in that picture, I believe.
Yeah, this is the short barrel AR rifle with a scope.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's turn to proposed exhibit 223. And if you can turn to that in your exhibit book there and tell us what that is.
Yes. This is a photograph of a 3%er flag outside Mike Null's residence pursuant to the search warrant that was executed there.
When was the photograph taken?
October 7th, 2020.
And forgive me, did you say what kind of flag is it?
It's a 3%er flag.
And you've told us a little bit about the 3%er movement and the Patriot movement. Before we admit it to the jury, can you just kind of give us a little more detail of what it is?
Sure.
are asked and answered. It's on our record.
Well, then I'll move for admission of 223, please.
Their comments.
Since the question is withdrawn, the objection is no longer necessary. Mr. Nunzio, in terms of admission of 223. Mr. King.
Should we just stand on the written objections?
Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
223 will be.
Thank you. What do we see there, Agent Empla?
This is kind of a version of the US flag, but it's got the 3%er logo instead of the 50 stars.
Where is that on his home?
It's it's off the porch.
Okay. If you can turn to proposed exhibit 224, please. Tell us what that is.
Yeah, this is a photograph of Mike Null's body armor kit and ballistic vest,
When was it taken?
October 7th,
And tell us how it was obtained.
via search warrant.
Okay. And does the photograph accurately depict the item as it was on that date?
Yes.
Move for admission of 224, please.
Mr. Nunzio. Mr. Sacker.
Should we stand on the written objections? Thank you.
Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
224 will be.
What do we see here, Agent Empla?
This is the carrier and ballistic armor found in Mike Null's residence.
The number 34 there, what is that?
That's evidence marker for that particular search.
Okay. And for the record, can you describe the patches that are on the body armor there?
So there's two different patches that read "Fuck Gretchen," and then there's two different Michigan Liberty Militia patches.
Okay. Does that kit have the ability to carry extra magazines?
Yes,
Whereabouts?
right here in the front.
Okay. Agent Empla, if you can turn to proposed exhibit 225, please, and tell us what that is.
Sure. This is a photograph from a bedroom dresser in room E of the residence. It's got two patches along with assorted ammunition and magazines.
When was the picture taken?
October 7th, 2020,
And during what process?
during the execution of a search warrant.
Okay. And tell us about the patches that are shown in there.
There's a Michigan Liberty Militia patch and a Boogaloo patch.
I'm going to move for admission of 225, please.
Mr. Nunzio. Mr. Sacker.
Please stand on the written objections.
And Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
225 will be.
Again, the number 64, can you tell us about that, please?
That's the evidence marker for that particular search
Okay.
at Mike Null's residence.
Okay. And the two patches you've described, correct?
Correct. There's the Michigan Liberty Militia patch, and there's the Boogaloo patch.
The Boogaloo patch there, have you seen it elsewhere in your investigation?
Yes, I saw Bill Null wearing it.
Okay.
It's also found on Bill Null's vest.
When you say vest, what do you mean?
His body armor, his kit.
Okay. And thank you. Can you turn, please, to proposed exhibit 226 in your book?
Yes.
And what do we see there?
This is a photograph of his uniform with his kit, his sidearm, his long gun, and then his patches.
Okay. And when was that picture taken?
Picture was taken following the search warrant as we prepared for trial.
Okay. And accurately depict the items found in the home on October 7th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission, please, of proposed exhibit 226.
Mr. Nunzio.
No comment.
Mr. Sacker.
Please stand on the written objections. Thank you.
And Mr. Barnett.
No, Your Honor. No objection. Sorry, Your Honor.
I thought I knew what you meant, but appreciate it being clear. 226 will be.
Agent Impla, describe what we're looking at here.
So this is the vest found in Mike Null's residence with the patches, and you can see in this photograph a little bit better the extra magazines. This is his sidearm, Glock, and then this is his rifle that he used in Luther during the training, and then the patches that were found in his residence.
The sling, there appears to be some kind of nylon webbing on the butt end of the long gun. Can you describe what that is?
Sure. This is a harness for holding your rifle.
How does it warrant, I guess is my question.
Oh, yeah, so you sling the harness across your chest, and then when you're done expending all your ammunition from your primary weapon, you sling it to the side and you draw your secondary weapon.
Okay. If you would, please turn to proposed exhibit 227. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a photograph from Mike Null's residence from his weapon room.
Okay. And describe generally what you were looking at there.
It's a photograph of rifles mounted on the wall.
Okay. Accurately depict the way they were found.
Yes,
And when was the photograph taken?
October 7th, 2020.
During a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Going to move for admission, please. Proposed exhibit 227.
Mr. South.
Mr.
Barnett.
No objection.
227 will be.
Tell us what we're looking at here, Agent Embla.
Sure. So these are M4 style rifles that are mounted on the wall. And then these are a number of rifles and long guns, which are rifle loaded.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you can turn, please, to proposed exhibit 228. What are you looking at there?
This is a photograph of 4 rifles in the same room from Mike Null's residence.
Okay, and describe them generally, please.
These are all, well, let's see here. There's one AK-47 style rifle with a drum magazine, and then there's 3 other AR style rifles.
Okay. Accurately depict the rifles as they were found. Well, before I ask that, what date was this photo taken?
October 7th,
And
2020.
During the search warrant of Mr. Michael Null's home?
Yes,
And does it accurately depict the items found?
yes.
Move for admission of 228, please, Judge.
Mr. Nugget? No. Mr. South. Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
228 will be.
Thank you. Agent Impla, again, you mentioned a drum magazine. What's that?
That's right here. Drums typically come into 50 or 100 round drums. This is the AK-47 style rifle. And then these 3 rifles here are AR style platforms.
Okay. Okay, let's move to proposed exhibit 233, please. You could open up your exhibit book and take a look at that.
I have it here.
Can you describe what that is?
Yes. This is a Glock handgun inside a weapon stabilizer kit, and it's found in Eric Molitor's bedroom at his residence in Cadillac, following execution of a search warrant there on October 7th, 2020.
Photograph accurately depict the items that were found that day.
Yes.
Move for admission of 233, please.
If we just stand our written objections, thank you.
Okay.
What do we see here, Agent Empla?
This right here is Eric Molitor's carrier and ballistic armor. It's got a hard plate. This is the drop holster here attached to the molly. And then this right here, this is a Glock handgun with an extended magazine. And then this right here is a stabilization brace, which goes around the Glock handgun so that you can mount optics like this on it. And so you can shoulder the handgun and make it more efficient for shooting.
Okay. When you mentioned optics, what do you mean?
I mean a sight right here.
Okay. And the webbing that we see there, is any of that nylon webbing attached to the weapon?
So this is a single point harness or sling right here, which is attached to the edge of the folding stock. So the stock here will fold out so that you can shoulder the handgun.
Okay. And I believe you were mentioning turning your attention to the ballistic armor carrier itself. You mentioned, I think, the word drop holster. Is that correct?
Yes, right here.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is an attachment that you can use to put your sidearm on, and the attachment removes so that you can put it on like the waist or another location, but that's a quick attachment for it.
Okay, and finally, can you tell us the item in the lower left-hand corner of the photograph here? What do we see there?
These are flex cuffs.
What are flex cuffs?
Flex cuffs are plastic disposable handcuffs that can be used in place of standard issue metal handcuffs.
Okay, and if you would, can you turn to proposed exhibit 234, please?
Yes, I have it here.
What is that?
This is a medical kit, which is found on the floor of Eric Molitor's bedroom in Cadillac pursuant to the search warrant on October 7th, 2020.
Okay, and does it accurately depict the item that was found that day?
It does, but the searchers had opened the zippers so that you could see the contents.
Sure.
So it wasn't necessarily open like that.
Understood. Thank you very much for that. By opening it now, the photograph shows us some of the contents. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Going to move for admission, please. Proposed exhibit 234.
Mr. Stock?
We can stand our written objections.
Mr. Ryan?
No objection.
234.
What are we looking at here, Agent Empla?
So this is the med kit right here. This is combat gauze.
What is that? What's combat gauze?
Combat gauze is compressed gauze that is in a smaller container. So then if during combat casualty care, if there's a bullet wound, you can open the wound and pack the gauze to the base of the wound to stem the bleeding.
Okay. What else do we see there?
This right here is a CAT tourniquet.
What is that?
It's a combat applied tourniquet. And what it is it's nylon webbing with Velcro that you stage, and it's got a tie that you can twist so you can apply it quickly by putting it over your extremity where you've been shot, yanking it and self-applying it, and then you can self-apply pressure yourself so that you can stay in the firefight.
Go on. In terms of the items within the medical kit there.
So this is just bandaging, like ace bandage,
Okay,
And this is a splint, so it's padded aluminum that's folded. It can be used as a splint.
okay. All right. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 237 in your book, please?
Yes, I have it here.
What is that?
These are two separate night vision binoculars, which were found in Eric Molitor's bedroom pursuant to a search warrant on October the 7th, 2020.
And accurately depict the items that were found that date?
Yes.
Move for admission of 237, please, Judge.
Mr. Munzer?
No.
Mr. Simon?
We need to say no other objections, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Barnett?
Say that binoculars, mono, we have no objection, no.
Okay, 237 will be.
Agent Impla, starting with the item at the top of the photograph there, can you describe what we're looking at?
Sure. This is item number 36 from the search of Eric Molitor's residence. This is one binocular with a helmet mount, and this is another night vision binocular that doesn't have a helmet mount.
What's the helmet mount for?
So you can mount the binocular here, and then
What would it be mounted to?
a helmet,
Okay,
ballistic helmet, and then you can pop it down over your eye if there's no ambient light, so you can see in the dark.
okay. And the second item on the right, and maybe you already described it, I missed it. If I did, I'm sorry.
That's another night vision binocular.
Okay, what do these things do?
They allow you to see better at night when there's no ambient light.
Okay. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 242 in your exhibit book, please?
Yes, I have it here.
Can you describe what that is?
This is a picture of the same weapon that was in 233. So it's the Glock with the stabilizer brace found in Eric Molitor's bedroom.
Sure.
This one is just laid out on the evidence room floor with the shoulder brace extended, and also so you can see the single point harness.
Okay. The shoulder brace is extended in proposed exhibit 242. Is that correct?
Yes, so I extended it when I opened the evidence.
I understand. In the exhibit 233, is it extended or not extended?
It's compact. It's folded in.
Okay. So 230 and 242 shows it extended then.
That's correct.
Okay. Accurately show that weapon in the sling.
Yes.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 242, please.
Mr. Munzer?
No comment.
Mr. Simon?
It's in on written objections, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
One question as to the description.
Description of what here?
Maybe properly described. I can handle it to the press.
Okay. And 242 will be.
Agent Impla, can you tell us what's on the top rail of that weapon?
This is a sight right here.
Okay. What kind of sight is it?
I don't know. It could be either a laser sight or a holographic sight. I don't know. I did not inspect it that closely.
Okay. And I mean, I guess let me ask this. Does this, what's the primary sight on this weapon? Is it the iron sights or is it the optical that you just showed us?
Yes, it's this optical sight mounted on the top rail.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you please turn to proposed exhibit 243?
Yes, I have it here.
Can you describe what that is for us?
Yes, this is a tactical shotgun found on Eric Molitor's bed in his bedroom, which was found pursuant to the search warrant on October 7th, 2020 at his house.
Okay, and is this photograph show where it was actually found?
Yes,
Okay, and does the photograph accurately depict the item in question?
yes.
Okay, I'm going to move for admission, please, of proposed exhibit 243.
Mr. Miller? Mr. Simon? Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
243 will be.
Okay, Agent Impla, what are we looking at there?
So this is a tactical shotgun here with the stock, and then this is the barrel here on the left side.
The top rail of that weapon, can you describe it for us?
Sure. I'm probably gonna say this wrong. It's like a Picanny rail. It's a mounting system for accessories.
Okay. Also, next to, strike that. Can you please turn to proposed exhibit 245 in your exhibit book?
Yes, I have it here.
What are we looking at? Thank you. Proposed exhibit 245, Agent Umplo, what's that?
These are 5 sets of pre-staged flex cuffs, which were found in the trunk of Eric Molitor's car.
Okay. When you say pre-staged, what do you mean?
So on the initial photo, exhibit 233, you can see the flex cuffs just laying long and flat.
Can we go back to that, please?
In this particular photo, the flex cuffs are pre-staged, so the ends of the like zip tie portion of the flex cuffs are set like this so that you could put somebody's hand through them and pull them tight.
We're looking at 233, I believe. In that lower left-hand corner there, thank you.
Yeah, so this is the long, flat flex cuffs, and the little zip tie area here is right in the middle.
Okay. Have those been pre-staged or no?
These ones, no. These are just lying there in the bag.
Okay. In terms of proposed exhibit 245, I think you said they were found in the trunk of his car. Did I hear you say that?
That's correct.
And on what date?
October the 7th, 2020.
Okay. And was this during the search warrant at his home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Move for admission of 245, please.
Mr. Miller?
No.
Mr. Simon?
Stand down or objections.
Mr. Barnett?
Just curious if this was by consent on search warrant.
Agent, this testimony being consistent with the previous testimony that, if I understood it correctly, there was a search warrant, but then Mr. Molitor also gave consent.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is it a minute?
Pardon me?
Is it a minute?
Is it a-
Is it a minute?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Agent Impla, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph I took of the flex cuffs outside the evidence bag. So these are the 5 pre-flat like this all the way across. You pre-stage them like this so that you can easily put you can pull them tight when you detain someone.
Okay. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 246, please?
Sure.
What do we see there?
This is a photograph of a handgun with a drop holster attachment in the front seat of Eric Molitor's car,
When was the picture taken?
October 7th, 2020.
Accurately depict where that gun was found?
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of 246, please.
Thank you, Judge. We stand on our written objections.
Your point's been made about the consent, you're gonna have no objection.
246 will be.
Okay, as best we can with projection, can you kind of describe what we're looking at here?
Sure. So this is the front seat of Eric Molitor's vehicle. This is the driver's seat right here. This is the seatbelt harness for the driver's seat. This is the center console right here, and it's popped open. This right here is the passenger seat, and then this is a handgun stuffed between the passenger seat and the driver's seat, and then this is the drop holster attachment that attaches to his kit that I was referencing earlier.
Okay, how does it attach to the kit?
It's a quick snap.
Okay, thank you. Can you please turn to proposed exhibit 251 in your exhibit book?
Yes, I have it here.
What are we looking at there?
This is a photograph of the RF detector as it was found in Eric Molitor's vehicle the day of the execution of the search warrant, October 7th, 2020.
Where was it found in the vehicle?
It was found on the rear driver's side seat, kind of back above the seat. If this is the windshield, it was above the back seat, kind of tucked up under the windshield.
Okay, accurately depict the item that was found?
Yes, sir.
Move for admission of 251, please.
Mr. Null? Mr. Sapp?
Judge, we stand on the written objections. Thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Subject to this coming in with consent and a search warrant, no objection.
And that testimony has been made for 251.
Thank you. Same item that we admitted earlier today, I believe was 260, help me out guys, 66, is that correct?
Correct.
Same item?
Yes, same item. This is the state it was when it came out of his vehicle.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you turn please to proposed exhibit 252? Tell us what that is.
Point out, I think it's a two-part picture on 251, front to back. That one.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Barnett, you're correct. It's a two-page exhibit, is that correct?
No, that page was put in the wrong sleeve, so this second page is actually 252. It was just placed in the wrong sleeve for the exhibit.
251 is the front of the device, is that?
Yeah, and 252 is the back.
Is it possible, because our books are, it's just split in the wrong sleeve, but it would throw off the rest of our exhibits. Our book, there's not many left, I guess, inside of the book, but just offer to have that be part of the 251, that would help.
I didn't hear Mr. Barnett, I'm sorry.
My 252 is another picture of the RF device.
This same picture, counselor, is already admitted as 135. So this picture is not 252. This picture is 252.
That helps a lot, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Agent 252, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's a picture of the back side of the RF detector where it depicts camera lenses.
Okay. Accurately depict the item that was found that day?
Yes.
Move for admission, please, at 252.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Stack?
Please stand up and read the objection, Judge.
And Mr. Brennan?
Okay.
252 is me.
Could you turn on proposed exhibit 253, please? And can you tell us what that is?
Yes. This is a photograph of the contents of the trunk of Eric Molitor's vehicle from October 7th, 2020, pursuant to the search warrant / consent of his vehicle.
And does the photograph accurately depict the contents found in the trunk?
Yes.
Move for admission, please, at 253.
Mr. Stack?
Judge, please stand on the written objections. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brennan?
No objections.
253 will be there.
Okay, I know it's, walk us through from top to bottom on the left there. What are we looking at, Agent Impel?
Sure. So these are the contents of the trunk, which are laid out on the grass. These cardboard boxes, these are spare gun boxes that were put there to protect the contents. So starting up here, this is a balaclava or a facial covering. These are the flex cuffs in the back. This is a ballistic helmet.
What's a ballistic helmet?
It's a protective helmet, which is bulletproof.
Where's that kind of thing used?
In the military.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Where is that kind of thing used?
All right, thank you.
These are, right here are attachments for tourniquets, and then this is a tourniquet here in an IFAC kit, which is an individual first aid kit.
IPAC, is that what you said?
IFAC,
Okay, and what does that stand for?
individual first aid.
Okay, and go on, I'm sorry.
This right here is soft armor panels, this white area, so that's ballistic armor.
And when you say soft armor, I mean, how is that different from like the kits you've told us about so far?
So you can have hard armor or soft armor in those plate carriers like the Nulls had and Eric Molitor had. There's a ceramic or steel hard plate that's about 1 inch thick, which stops some rifle rounds. And then the soft armor, the level 3A armor, that's a soft panel, which can stop some handgun rounds. So they're two types. You can wear them both. You can wear one of them. Just depends how you want to set up your kit, so to speak.
Thank you very much. Can you zoom out, maybe go down a little bit, please? And what do we see in the bottom half on the left-hand side?
This is a gas mask with particulate filters. This is a tactical flashlight with a weapon mount. This is rope. And this is an AR style rifle.
And remind us again where these items were found?
In the trunk of Eric Molitor's vehicle.
Okay. Can you turn, please, to exhibit 254 in your proposed exhibit 254, please, in the exhibit book?
I have it here.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's a photograph of the gas mask and particulate filter. It's a close-up that I took from the evidence room of Eric Molitor's, which I was just referencing. that was found in the trunk of his car from October 7th, 2020.
Does it accurately depict the item?
Yes.
Move for admission of 254, please.
Mr. Murphy? Mr. Seiler?
No objection, Judge. Please stand on our written objection.
Ms. Barnett?
No objection.
254, is it?
Tell us what we're looking at here, Agent Impler.
So this is the gas mask here, and then this is the cartridge filter for the gas mask.
What's that kind of thing used for?
This particular one, it can,
Speculation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Some foundation is established.
Sure.
So that would be sustained.
Hey, Agent Impler, are you familiar with this kind of thing?
I am.
Tell us why and how.
I was a member of the evidence response team for 12 years, and so I had to be trained in responding in hazardous situations. So I was given training in a gas mask for deployment. I also had a gas mask and training for deployment as a medic on the SWAT team. So I've worn and used this type of gas mask in the past.
I'll re-ask the question now. Tell us what this kind of thing is used for.
It's used for being able to operate in tear gas and OC. This micron filter can remove those particulates so you can breathe in areas where tear gas and OC spray is being used.
And tell us what OC spray is.
It's pepper spray, basically.
Okay. Can you turn to proposed exhibit 255, please?
Yes.
Did you say 255?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what that is?
These are contents laid out from Adam Fox's go bag, which were found pursuant to a search warrant at the back shack on October 7th, 2020.
Accurately depict the items found.
Yes.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 255, please.
Mr. Seiler?
Judge, stand on our written objection.
Mr. Barnett?
Objection.
255 would be.
Thank you. What's a go bag?
It's a pre-staged bag that you have with supplies that you would need if you need to grab and go.
Okay. And if you would, looking up there, it's on the screen, kind of work us through what we're looking at there.
All right, so on the lower left here, you can see the tactical bag where these contents came out of. Here you've got rope, you've got pre-staged flex cuffs, you've got zip ties right here. You've got a combat knife, you've got an individual first aid kit, you've got a gas mask and a particulate filter. And then right here is duct tape.
Hey, those, just below the medical kit there, you see the 3 circular silver looking items?
Yes,
Can you tell us what those are?
those are throwing knives.
Okay. Can you go back to exhibit 243 for a minute, please?
Number
243. Yes, sir. Yeah, Agent Impla, for the record, we're looking at 243. This is the tactical shotgun you've already testified about. On the bed there, just above the grips of the shotgun and, above the stock, what's on the bed there?
Oh yeah, that's throwing knives.
Thank you. The one we just returned to was 243. The one we're on right now is 255. Thank you, Adam. Agent Impla, are you familiar with what proposed exhibit 256 is?
Yes,
Tell us what it is.
this is a Facebook video by Adam Fox, and I believe we've entered this.
Is that admitted? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. One minute, if I may, Judge. Sure.
This will be in the bathroom.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take a 10-minute recess? So that we can use the restroom and go probably we'll be back in 10 minutes. All rise for the church.
Oh, thanks. No, they won't. Just laugh.
Okay, if everyone can be seated. For the record, from the press, but there is anything you'd like to pick up for a moment break for you, Mr. Walker?
Judge, yeah, kind of upcoming events here. In fact, it's probably just easier to do it off the record if we could.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Young, do anything for
No, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett? No, you're good. Okay, let's take a break. I'll talk to you. Mr. Miller, give me a moment. So you don't have to stand up. Let's go back on the record then. I had a chance to talk to Councilman Chambers a couple of times regarding an evidentiary issue. Mr. Alston, I'm going to start with you as to that.
Sure. We have 6 short clips that we'd like to play from Mr. Molitor's interview with Mr. Van Duzen. I yielded to the request of Mr. Barnett. We will not play the final one, which we were going to mark as proposed Exhibit 265. The other 5, 260 through 264, would be my intention to move forward to conclude the day.
And Mr. Alston, if you can give me the context of when you came into possession or knew
Sure.
about this information.
Mr. Van Duzen was kind enough to send along the full interview of Mr. Molitor on Sunday, August 20th. I think it was afternoon or early evening to our attention. We thank him for that. The interview this year, the first receipt that we had was August 20th in the afternoon. And the 5 exhibits that I'm going to move to introduce today were sent to Mr. Barnett on Sunday, the 27th of this month.
So 2 days ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were those same clips or information provided to the other clips?
Yes, they were.
And per our discussion, there was a 6th clip as well that was some concerns, to my understanding.
After discussions in chambers I've yielded, I won't be moving for that one.
Okay, so 260 through
260 through 264, correct.
Mr. Nunzio, can I start with you?
No comment, thank you.
Mr. Platt?
Absolutely. Just want you to make sure that you let the jury know that my client didn't know about this interview and didn't authorize this interview. And that he's not a subject of it and has nothing to do with it. Thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Thank you, Your Honor. I was not given notice that these exhibits were added to the OneDrive. I'm assuming that's where it was placed. I thought we had 2 extra exhibits. Court Rule 2 came in, 1 didn't last week sometime. So I assumed those were the exhibits, and nothing was sent of this nature to me to give me a heads up. I first watched these videos, which are a little prejudicial, out of context, text clips that are inappropriate to play. There's some profanity in there, and they're out of context. It's a 2-hour plus video. On the eve of the trial, I lived through this at 1.5 times the speed, trying to minimize the time that I would need to listen to this real quickly. This came back from a January interview, which, if we're going to play any part, I would please ask the court just play the whole thing. So the context of the interview is fair. This is an unfair attack on Mr. Molitor. No notice to us. He's not seen the clips yet. I can't even get his position on this because he's not seen them. There's not warrant that these clips would be sent to me. And if they're hidden in an email somewhere, I don't have them. And if that's my fault, I would ask for adjournment at this time. Give me time to review them, send them to Mr. Molitor to watch them. Mr. Alston did not yield to me. The other attorneys were bringing up some points on one of the clips. Maybe the court, and that's fine. So there's 5, not 6. But to play that whole tape is going to include number 6. And with the rule of completeness, I think you have to play the whole thing. And if there's something in there objectionable, you can't play it. And so it's a disqualified tape. None of the statements should come through. This is prejudicial. It's not probative at all. It's the material support. It's another smear job. It's like the slow down picture, the freeze frame of Barry Croft, who's not on trial. All these Adam Fox videos that are, he's not on trial. Here comes another desperate tactic, and I'm just
Let's get back to this.
disappointed.
Judge, can I just add it? Maybe Mr. Barnett forgot, but we emailed him Sunday and told him about the video upload to the OneDrive. And maybe he forgot. Yesterday, we gave him a thumb drive with the video clips on there.
Okay.
So
And
that's,
Mr. Barnett, you haven't had a chance to review this with your client.
I didn't get video. I gave them.
No, I'm not interested in back and forth. My question was, have you had a chance to review them with Mr. Muller?
I have not.
Okay, let's take some time. I don't know if they can use the same room that
Certainly.
you all did. Let's give you two a chance. Obviously, if the other attorneys and their clients would like to watch it, I know it's an interview with Mr. Muller, but we have that same opportunity as well. So we'll be in recess to allow that to happen.
Thank you.
Bill, did you bring your computer today?
I did not.
Oh, geez, well, you'll have to use
So-
OneDrive then, so we'll have to sit
Okay.
with you while you do it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check something with you guys, because I gave a thumb drive to Dan.
Yeah, the thumb drive had them on
And
there.
they
We
came
talked
back
about
to
that
me.
yesterday, you noticed?
No,
Good to see you guys.
they did indicate that you had,
Yeah, let's go back and we'll show them to you.
yeah, I don't have that.
Yeah.
We formally object to them coming in without the backdrop and the landscape of the entire interview. They want to bring these little out of context clips that are not relevant, not probative, not statements against interest. They give nothing for material support at all. It's just a way to smear him again, put him in a dark light. There are his opinions. He's entitled to opinions. He's got the right to free speech. Apparently these were handed to me yesterday in a thumb drive, and I understood that it was the Adam Fox videos from the drive. It's a misunderstanding, so I didn't look at them. They ended up in a box back in my office with 5 other thumb drives. I'll fish it out to see exactly what's on there. I understand they did certainly with these, but it just was a misunderstanding. That's why we spent some time this afternoon. I appreciate the court letting us do that. But in the under 106 MRE, it makes sense that we play the whole thing so the jury doesn't take this out of context. This is a surprise tactic, and it's not fair. It's against due process, creating another unfair trial situation. Again, not probative, not relevant, way too prejudicial. There's a few swear words in there and condescending statements that are upsetting, might be to and confuse a jury. This has zero to do with material support or resources provided, nothing. And if we're going to put this in, put the whole thing in and let it rip. About 2 hours and 15 minutes. And it could be done probably today. But I'm against this. This is not how trials go. This is not how this trial should go. It's just one more bell we're ringing is putting us closer and closer to this trial. So this is not appropriate. We'd ask that they not be admitted. They're not appropriate, Your Honor. I haven't had time to research anything else I would say about this because it's thrown on me and I just heard them today for the first time. And it's hard to have the footwork ready and to think about something. And, so I would say full tape or no tape. And if there's things on there that are also problematic, those have to come in. If there's something that needs to be cut out, or as that not happen, and that'd be another good reason to not allow any of this garbage. This is garbage. It's a low tactic, and I'm sorry that the state and the federal government wish to proceed in this fashion.
Mr. Nunzio, anything for you?
No, nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Sacco?
Judge, no, thank you. Our client doesn't have a dog in this fight.
Mr. Walton, any response for the prosecution?
Yeah, it's not unfair. It's, in his accusation that this trial is unfair in some way actually impugns the court, and I resist that. His arguments are incongruent. At one point, Mr. Barnett's arguing that it's out of context and not relevant. At another point, he's arguing put the whole thing in. Those two arguments can't be justified in terms of, they don't make any sense. They are relevant as to intent. I ask the court to be, for us to be allowed to play them.
Well, the issue for the court are proposed exhibits 260, 261, 262, 263, and 264. The court's understanding of what these clips are is that an interview was done by Mr. Muller with Mr. Van Dusen back in January of 2023. The Attorney General's office for the first time came into possession of them on August 20th, which is 9 days ago. And based on the date, it was the Sunday before we began the trial. They were provided to Mr. Barnett in an email on the 27th, if I have that correct, Mr. Wilson?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. And then a thumb drive was provided to him with the clips yesterday, is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
And Mr. Barnett, I want to take to heart the comments that you made relative to the misunderstanding of the thumb drive. I'm just trying to get the timeline. And obviously, there's been discussion previously of the cutoff of exhibits that the court had, but obviously these were not in possession of the Attorney General's office. In the court's mind, at least based on the general description that's been provided, the court has not viewed them. But on the general description that's been provided, they would go to the intent of Mr. Molitor, which obviously is a portion of the prior fact we'll have to consider as it would for each of the defendants, really any defendant in any criminal case. So they are relevant for that purpose. The other aspect to this MRE 106 is certainly something that can be requested by an adverse party. When it comes to time, the two things I would note, that's up to the adverse party to make that request if they do. There is a strategic decision that has to happen there. And the other part is there's pretty wide discretion with 106. So, for example, to say that these 5 clips come in, the entire 2 hours comes in, isn't necessarily how 106 works. So, for example, if the request can be provided by putting it on 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, or something along those lines, that can be done as well. But as the court has indicated previously, and to the parties relative to this issue, the bridge for 106 will be crossed when we get there. So the court will allow, based on what's been represented to me, the admission of 260 through 264. That can be played for the jury this afternoon, and then, as I said, we'll deal with any other evidentiary issues related to those clips. Mr. Ralston, anything else for you before we bring the jury back?
No. No, thank you.
Some of these have incomplete sentences, they're cutting them off as well, Your Honor. I would ask the court to look at these before they come in, maybe even play them in court.
The court has considered what it will for the exhibits. The other thing I would note, Mr. Ralston, if I understood from the discussion, after these clips, you would be done with your direct examination of vision and is that correct?
All correct, with the exception of the 3 audio clips that we've had relative to Van Keller with cross-reference trial.
Yep, and certainly would be allowed to be recalled for that purpose. And just to give a heads up to everybody, rather than start, stop, in the middle of the cross-exam, I did talk to the attorneys about that, and I think all of the preferences were that we would stop for the day after these clips then were played for the jury, and then we'll come back tomorrow morning. So,
Thank you.
Does anybody have any objection to that?
No, thank you, no objection.
Seeing none, okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody, thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have 10 minutes, right? And I apologize for that. As you went on to make instructions, there are things, and as you've seen, I've received in the program a couple of times. So you'll have to excuse me, that's my fault. When you say 10 minutes and that's okay more, you can blame me and I'll return to that. If you'll recall, we're still in the case in chief for the prosecution. Mr. Wilson,
Thank you, Judge. Agent Impala, are you familiar with proposed exhibit 260?
Yes,
Can you tell us what that is?
sure. This is a video clip from an interview that Eric Molitor performed with Eric Van Dusen on January 8th, 2023.
Okay, and you reviewed the proposed exhibit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it an accurate portrayal of what the statements of Mr. Molitor during this portion of the audio or portion of the video interview?
Yes.
How long was the video interview in total?
A little over 2 hours.
Okay. I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit. Well, before I do that, tell us just a little bit foundationally what's in this video clip.
Eric Molitor describes his honest feelings about CHS Dan.
I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 260, please.
No comment, Your Honor.
No comment.
Mr. Barnett.
I'll just make a point, Your Honor, if I could, about the, I received the 2-hour video on the 20th day before the trial. I only had access to Twitter. I don't have access to the 2-hour video. I don't have it. This is what I'm received clips yesterday that I didn't know I received. They're doing miscommunication. I don't have a 2-hour access to a using 2-hour.
Well, perhaps you can work out getting a copy of that and the parties have it. The clips were provided previously and that was the 20th, Mr. Barnett.
The day before, it was Sunday morning. That just, maybe that just, maybe I'll not check my finance. This is a video. I think we saw context.
Mr. Lawson, when did the Attorney General's office receive it?
Mr. Van Dusen posted this, and it's available on the internet. And I think Mr. Barnett has a copy of that link, in fact. We all do. And it was on the internet. It was posted on August 20th, 2023, either in the late afternoon or early evening.
Okay, the objections that we've already discussed are certainly part of the record, but based on the discussion we had, we're finding by 4260.
Thank you, Judge.
What do you think about Dan Null?
I'm gonna be honest, I think he's a cocksucker. I think he's a piece of shit.
Hey, Agent Infla. Dan came to the police, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Molitor ever come forward to the police?
No.
I'd like to turn your attention to proposed exhibit 261, please. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is another clip from Eric Molitor's interview with Eric Van Dusen. This is Eric Molitor talking about Governor Whitmer.
And accurately captures the statements of Mr. Molitor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move for admission of proposed exhibit 261, please.
No comment.
Mr. Barnett.
Continued objection about relevance, appropriate value, having anything to do with material support. I think previously talked about no relevance. This is being done for proper purposes.
And that has been noted for the record, again, for the discussion that we had previously in the time about 4261 will be.
Thank you, Judge.
So, what do you think? You know, I watched and I read a little bit of, but I watched a video presentation of Governor Whitmer's victim impact statement, which was a video during the sentencing of the Wolverine Watchman up in Jackson in December. And, you know, she explained how this whole situation really affected her life and her family. And do you think that she has some legitimate concerns?
I think anybody who hears about some being plotted against them or whatever, yeah, of course that's gonna be serious. Yeah, I'd be scared shitless too. You wouldn't know what's going on. This corner's where you die, that corner's where you die. Is this person I'm talking to here to actually do you harm? Like, yes, that would be terrifying. You put yourself in a fucking spotlight. There's certain things that are gonna come along with it. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not justifying bullshit or everything. But people have the right to talk. I don't need to agree with it. They have that right. I don't like it. So what? I don't make the fucking rules. Yes, she's scared, but isn't that weird? Because at first she's like, "Oh, I'm not scared." Nothing's gonna fucking stop me. She went right out afterwards and just going door to door, fucking campaigning for Biden. She's so afraid of somebody just popping her out of the fucking blue. She's gonna go door to door for it to happen. No, dude. She's not scared, or you are scared. Stop lying. Be a real human being. You know, it's okay to show vulnerability. Maybe people might appreciate that. You might look more human instead of a robot bitch.
Agent Impala, proposed exhibit 262. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's another clip from Eric Molitor's interview with Eric Van Dusen.
What is the general content?
Eric Molitor describes what the boogaloo is.
Move for admission of proposed 262, please.
Mr. Hunter?
No comment.
Mr. Snyder?
We have no comment, Judge.
Mr. Barnett?
Same ongoing objections to context as well.
Noted for the record. Based on previous discussion moved by the court, 262 will be.
What are your thoughts on the Boogaloo Boys?
Okay, what is the version of Boogaloo that we're representing here, first of all? Because it's not what the government saying. It's not bad this video, right? My understanding of it, and again, I guess this can cut down to personal opinion or what I've heard about it, is the Boogaloo would be a fight against our government. That would be the Boogaloo. It would be like another civil war, I guess.
Agent Impala, proposed exhibit 263. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's another video clip from the Eric Molitor, Eric Van Dusen interview from January.
What's the general content?
Eric Molitor describes how it's not a crime until you actually hurt someone.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 263, please.
Mr. Nunzio?
No comment.
Mr. Snyder?
No comment.
Objection, Your Honor, as well for cutting off sentences. A violation of my client's rights.
Based on the previous discussion we had in the rooms by the court, 263 will be.
Thank you.
How would you believe someone should differentiate between like violent rhetoric compared to, just blowing off steam? How do you know whether or not someone's serious?
I'm very black and white. There's no crime until something happens. And I'm sorry that something has to happen, that somebody has to get hurt in order for my opinions to matter here. But if nothing has happened, there is no victim. Once there is a victim, then the individual who did the crime needs to be dealt with.
Lastly, Agent Impala, are you familiar with proposed exhibit 264?
Yes.
Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Sure. It's another video clip from the Eric Van Dusen, Eric Molitor interview from January. This is a description of Eric Molitor talking about his state of mind when he took the slow motion video driving by the governor's house.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 264, please.
Mr. Nunzio?
No comment.
Mr. Snyder?
No comment.
Mr. Barnett?
Same objections.
Another for the record, per the previous discussion in the rooms in court, 264 will be.
So when you were driving down, I think it's Timberlake Drive on Bushwick, and Adam handed you his phone, and you took a slow-mo video that contained Governor Whitmer's vacation home in that slow-mo video. What did you think we were doing when you did that?
Oh, I know exactly what that was. I mean, it's obvious. We take a video while we drive by. I'm not stupid.
Judge, with that, I'll yield the witness.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's late in the day and the direct exam has ended subject to exhibits coming in at a later time. Before we start cross and try to stop and start and engage where that is, what we're going to do is end a little early this afternoon. So we'll have you back. We are going to start again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so that you can be here and ready to go at that time. Just a reminder, I know that I have to remind you at the end because I didn't say it, so I'll say it like I started the day off. Just make sure that you leave your paperwork again on the table as we talked about and the procedure that we talked about. Have a nice evening and stay right back. All ask for this. Everyone can see. The record reflects the Wilson, anything from you before you're ready for the day?
No, sir.
Okay, and remind me the timeline for this cover tomorrow.
9:30 a.m. Her and her attorney have told us they'll be here at 9:30.
Mr. Nunzio, anything for you before we break?
Nothing.
Mr. Seiler?
Nothing, Judge. I know that we did speak briefly about lunch hour, if we can go early, we better stay at one. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barnett, anything for you?
I would request a copy of the entire interview. I don't have interview copies, but, excuse the internet. I'm sure I'll pull that down and chop it up to show things in context if I intend to now, actually, ask if they both exhibit each other.
Mr. Wilson, you indicated there's a link for that was sent, is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you resend it?
Absolutely.
Okay. We'll call that good on that one. If there's any issues, we can take them up tomorrow.
Thank you.
See everybody in the morning.
All right.
Thank you. Well said.
Thank you.